full of a lot of gratitude this morning, and I want to mention our amazing team that's helped put this together. So I'm Mooncat. I'm going to be your MC. That stands for Mooncat for this room. I co-founded the Psychedelic Society of Kansas City with Dale Morgan, who's in the back, working his butt off up there. He's the president of the Psychedelic Society of Kansas City. And the other folks that have been putting a lot of time, Elizabeth Wells is also on our board. And Nate Beam, is he here? He might be in the other room. And also Katie Pummel, there she is, put together all our graphics and our social media. So, and our shout out to Ashley, who is our graphic designer, who had to move to California, but she's still doing some graphic design work for us, and she's amazing as well. So that's our team, a small and mighty team. We've had a lot of support outside of that, but these 5 of us have put together this event for y'all today, and we're just really pleased to offer this to the community. Nobody here is getting paid. We really thank our presenters who are going to be speaking and doing workshops all day today. They're amazing. Let's give a round of applause for our speakers and presenters. And a round of applause for our vendors who showed up to offer some beautiful things. And one more big round of applause for our volunteers who showed up to do so much awesome stuff today. Yeah. I also just wanted, this is the Psychedelic Conference, and I wanted to acknowledge also gratitude to the indigenous wisdom keepers who have been persecuted for keeping this knowledge alive now that we in the Western white world are like discovering it. Just a little gratitude to the people who have known this and practiced this and held these traditions despite the persecutions that they may have faced, and also to communities of color who are still disproportionately affected and harmed by this ongoing war on drugs. So just to keep those kind of things in mind as we learn and celebrate and connect today, that there's a lot of layers to this topic, right? And so I'm really grateful for us all just keeping that in mind. But we're here today to connect, to learn, to celebrate, to move our bodies. There's a lot of magic that happens at conferences that's beyond just the talks and the workshops. I've already seen so many people meeting friends or new people that they haven't met before and having conversations about psychedelics and other related things. And it's just really neat to be in the same space here in community. We could watch online videos on this stuff, sure, but being here together is where the magic and the synergy happens. I'm also really excited about this conference that we have a workshop body track going on in the front room there. So this room is going to be mostly just talks and panels, and then in that room you're going to be able to kind of move your body and integrate these experiences there. So some people might wonder, if it's a psychedelic conference, why do we have ecstatic dance and yoga and things like that? But I think that what a lot of us have found through psychedelics is like that's one pathway to these altered states of consciousness and to these deeper connections of body and community and to the divine. And we just wanted to showcase the many pathways of reaching these altered states. So I really hope to invite you to check out some of the workshops as well as the talks. If you're here for the talks, try a workshop or two. If you're here for the workshops, come check out a talk or two. We've got a really nice balance of more heady mind stuff and more grounded body stuff going on. So I really encourage you to kind of flow back and forth between the spaces today. So I guess on that note, we're going to open with a sound healing by the wonderful Twin Flame. So they will lead us to a sound healing, and then we'll get started. Thank you all for being here today.
Check. Hello, everybody. Good morning. My name is Heather. I am a DJ, vocalist, producer, and sound healer, as well as I do energy healings. So thank you so much for having me here today with you guys. If you haven't done one of these before, these are quartz crystal singing bowls. They each have a different frequency. They're very relaxing. So I encourage you to just settle in, take a deep breath or two, be present in the moment, and just see how these frequencies
We sit on the unceded lands of the Pawnee, Kansas, Osage, and Kickapoo, among many others. Let's not forget that. And I do have inherent biases from my upbringing that affect my worldview, and I embrace the opportunity to change and learn from those. I also firmly believe that the psycho-spiritual exploration of consciousness is a God-given right, and the ability to explore your consciousness and yourself and access to God should be taken away from nobody. Most importantly, I'm the heart of the lion, I'm on the mind of the fox. I'm the fucking tip of the eagle's beak. We lost our clicker. Click, 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 click. There we go. Also, Medical Director, Lawrence Psychedelic Society, we got big things. I don't know if you can. Yeah. Okay. And so we are incorporated as of this August as a non-for-profit in Lawrence, Kansas. And here we go. This is the important thing. We're getting ready to do another conference in the spring. Okay, we have $108. So to make things come like that, pull out the Venmo if you see it around, make it happen. Okay, this is how we make more conferences happen by simple $5 donations to Venmo account. So, where's our computer? Where do I need to click at, Dale?
You should be able to hit left or right. But here, let me.
So coming in here, we have in 1804, we're going to explore how we get psychedelic compounds, how we have clinical research, where we're going with the medical model, and I could talk about this for 3 or 4 hours, literally. We could take these slides and talk for 3 or 4 hours, but we're going to condense it. We're going to talk fast, get on board, okay? We're going to hit the main data points, we're going to go through a lot of research, okay? 1804, Friedrich Spitner at Germany isolates morphine from the poppy flower. Now morphine, it's not a psychedelic, or I don't think it is, it could be probably, I don't know. But that's not the point. We're isolating alkaloids from plants and then utilizing them from a lab process and getting a process out of that. Followed by, I gotta click here. Where's my clicker? There we go. Jean-Jacques Morin de Toa with cannabis. Okay, so he isolates THC, which I'm sure many of you have isolated too. And then he also says that maybe altered states of consciousness from drugs. Maybe that's how mental illness works, okay? And so maybe we can have these compounds, analyze them, and understand psychosis. Okay.
Yeah, it's so strange. It's like
Having clicker issues. All right. Also, we have in Germany mescaline, okay, from peyote. Okay, so we start isolating that, and also here you have a lot of mescaline, okay, in the peyote right in there, and then. Not to be outdone, we start isolating MDMA in Germany, okay, and the Merck chemist in 1912 we're getting MDMA, but like a lot of other things they're put on the shelf because it's medical research, they're just trying out 1,000 different things. And later on, in 1938, we have Albert Hoffman, okay, which I'm sure many of you have heard about, and I think this is the kind of start of the psychedelic renaissance right in here. We have LSD 25. I'm not sure that I imagine there's LSD 1 through 24 before. But the ergo-alkaloids, which is isolating compounds, have been used for thousands of years. Just read the Immortality Key. We don't have time to go into it. Read it. It's that big. But it talks about Western medicine psychedelic use over time and how we hallucinate breakthroughs. Okay? And then from this, he comes back. Although he isolates in 1938, in 1943, he gets a hunch. And so he's handling it in the lab. A trace amount gets on his finger, okay? And then he has kaleidoscopic visions. He sees some funny things, and just a trace amount goes back to normal. So does anybody know the rule of medicine? The golden rule of medicine, okay? If you don't know what to do in any clinical situation, double it. Okay? It's true. Okay, so the golden rule of medicine is some is good, more is better. Okay, so on the 19th of April, Albert Hoffman. Where's my bus? Hey Dale, can you bring the computer closer to me? Please. Oh, there we go. It's golden rule is some is good, more is better. Okay, so he gets a little bit more, has the bicycle ride of his life. there's this guy, Captain William Martin, okay, who was a deceased homeless man who died and nobody cared. Okay, and then British military intelligence found him, dressed him up as an officer, slid some documents onto him, threw him on the beach. Nazis picked him up, okay, because this is how we think about it, and it led to such a successful invasion that we had 24,800 killed and 116,861 captured or missing, and what a victory it was. It's a victory. So, without suffering, there's no compassion.
Presentation because it
Right?
wasn't looking right, so I had
Without
to
light,
convert
no
to
dark,
PDF.
and vice versa. So we
So
have
you
these
might need to
paradoxes where we're
refresh
getting things like
if it doesn't automatically
the
update.
psychedelic revolution coming in the mainstream, or we're having travesty, war, death, and occupation. 1947, LSD. Hey, we can market this stuff, okay? All right. And then 1947 through 1965, we're having the clinical use of LSD. It's a psychotomimetic. Physicians across the country are getting it sent to them for free. They said, understand what psychosis is like. And they take it, they're like, I understand some stuff now, okay? And then they start understanding more and more and more, and they start doing research, okay? And along this pathway, we have the Western Germans, very proper, lab stuff, and then we have some Americans like this guy who looks like the guy that you sat next to in Cacao last week, right? And so he's going and you're talking about peyote. He does this research on psilocybin, and then he's collecting 24,000 specimens, okay, and also working on yopo, and he publishes Plants of the Gods. So just while we're getting all this Western development and isolating compounds, we're also pulling from the indigenous and getting all these medicines from their true use here. And it's an exploration from the 1930s, 40s, 50s. All right, and then we get 1950s, okay? LSD exploration, we're starting to use these medicines to help people, okay? Not, oh my gosh, can we possibly understand what crazy people are thinking? It's like, hey, maybe these things are useful. Maybe when we are having this experience, we can use it for good, okay? Anxiety, psychosis, exploration. 1953 to 1954, this is one of the real starts where they're using the clinical trial model, if you will, and they're helping alcoholism in Canada, and so there's a lot of good research on that. And so 1950s, we got Hollywood, LA, LSD use, okay, and then research from psychiatrists over there. And then also in Germany again, start breaking it down into psychedelic versus psycholytic therapy, low-dose psycholytic therapy, unlocking just a little bit, diminishing the ego just a little bit so you can more easily access psychotherapy and have easier results. So I'm sure many people will be talking about that today. All right, 1950s, culture's starting to happen here. We have the Doors of Perception, Maria Sabina from Gordon Watson and Time Magazine. We're isolating psilocin. Yeah, that Albert Hoffman's still isolating stuff. He's going to get psilocybin. Okay. MK Ultra is doing stuff. Nobody knows about it. And then we're starting to have mainstream things. 1960s, we're getting way mainstream. Richard Leary, okay, Ramdas, Richard Alpert film. And then we're having alcoholism studies. We're starting to figure out that, hey, when you give people mushrooms, okay, they fear death less, okay, when they're in near-death experiences. When you put a whole bunch of divinity students in a church and you give them mushrooms, yeah, they have a mystical experience, okay? In 1962, when you give people mushrooms, they have a mystical experience. When you give them more mushrooms, there's a dose-dependent response. Sounds stupid, but hey, we're doing real science and analyzing cause and effect from these medicines, all right? In 1963, kind of controversial, Timothy Leary says, hey, if you give to inmates, they don't go back to jail. Okay, so that's kind of an interesting perspective. We're affecting pain, analgesia, existential distress in times of death, okay? And then LSD in terminal cancer. So really we have these amazing programs, with Spring Grove being another one, where we're just kind of getting, throughout Pinky Richards, okay? We're getting the model of integration visits where you talk about the experience, talk about what's going on in your life, not just trying a drug at a show or something like that, but talking about your life traumas, your substance abuse, what happened in your past when you were a child, and then working on it with the psychedelic experience to have the healing effect. And that's all cool until what, 1970, okay, October 20th. Then all that research that we just looked at doesn't exist, okay? Didn't happen, it's not useful, there's no medical benefit, nobody advanced anything other than harming themselves, and everything something to think about. All prescription pharmaceuticals are illegal. Anybody want to hear? Hey, can you go buy amoxicillin right now? No, it's illegal. You can't do it. It's illegal. If you went and took it, you get thrown in jail, okay, because it's illegal. All right. All medicines are poison. I take 10 aspirin right now. I'm in trouble. I'm gonna turn purple. Okay. If I take 100 Tylenol right now, I won't be talking to you next week. Okay. It's on the shelf. Okay. So really, it's about access. You gotta go through me. I'm the drug dealer. I have a DEA license. I tell you whether you can have amoxicillin or not, because I'm the authority, I guess. So, just given that, every single thing that we talk about pharmaceuticals is illegal. So just keep that in your mind when we're talking about legality. All right, speaking of illegality, MDMA. Okay, 1985, white people are learning to dance again. Okay, right? It's everything's good. Okay, and then boom, outlawed. And the interesting thing, it wasn't just a club drug for MDMA. People are doing psychedelic therapy with this, couples therapy. There's actual real work going on the inner work side of this during the 80s, and that gets us shut down. And then we get necessity of mother invention here, Rick Doblin, MAP Association, which I'm sure most of you know about, being formed. More research going through DMT studies, ayahuasca studies in Brazil, and then the Schulman's making everything. So that brings us up to kind of the current age of where we're at, and getting to the dark ages of psychedelic research. Take a breath. Take a breath. There's more here. 2006, Rolling Griffiths. Okay, this is a key mark study. Okay, so if you're ever like wanting to give that presentation, somebody look up a study and things like that. Okay, what we're doing is we're finding that you can have a relatable mystical experience. Okay, that majority of people who have this mystical experience rate it as one of the top 5 experiences of their life. At 14 months, everything tracks. Life changes are still positive. Rates of depression are higher. And mystical experience sticks. This is Johns Hopkins University. It's not some guy. It's not social. It's not some guy in the basement. Okay, you know, this is Harvard and Johns Hopkins. I don't know why you dancing. You should dance a little bit. I'm so jealous. And then we get OCD. Okay, it's small number, treatment number 9. Okay, but we get effects. We're getting University of Arizona doing some stuff. Okay, and then Johns Hopkins, NYU, Harvard, cancer, end of life existential distress. Okay, 60 to 80% sustained benefit at 6 months. Significant reductions in end-of-life distress, anxiety, depression. Okay, we're getting major benefits, and then the floodgates come open. Robert Carhart Harris. We're looking at the functional model of the default mode network, which summarizes a lot of stuff really brief. Is the operating system in which the ego more or less runs your brain and your life on, and psychedelics more or less offload this this processing system. So with the functional MRI, now we're using MRIs are starting to image the patterns of neural connection and activity during different states of consciousness, and we're using this to explore where ego and consciousness and the mystical experience begins and ends. Most simply put. Smoking, that one's easier. You can help it quit smoking. Okay. Ayahuasca, cancer-related anxiety, depression, and then we're isolating neuroreceptors. Taylor is going to be speaking later. If you want to hear about receptors, yowza, he's going to kick ass on that one. Like, or kick butt, sorry. I promise not to curse today. And then, yeah, they said more imaging with DMT. Okay. 2020s, USONA trials, which is who I'll be speaking about some of my experience with. Okay, we're doing phase 2 psilocybin, Carhart Harris. Here's an important thing. Everybody poo-poos. I'm a real doctor, yo. You know what's good? Escitalopram. You know what are good? Antidepressants. You know what's good? Mood stabilizers. You know what's good? Things that help people sleep. I don't care. You're not a doctor who's been practicing for 15 years. Don't lecture me about what helps people in their life. Okay, I do it every single day, and I see the process. And you can put your philosophy about how somebody could have an antidepressant and they're just wasting their neurons or this or that, but I live it every day, and these medicines help people. So do psychedelics. I say it in the great medicine. Oh man, if somebody postpartum depression, good. Let's use it, okay? And things like that. So, lost my track. Let me get to the next slide. We're gonna be there. So anyway, we have all these options away. We're exploring mental health. We have all this modern renaissance in medicines, and we get to our break here. Why couldn't the lifeguard save the day? It's too far out, man. Sorry if you heard that one. I know. Lots of research. Let's get on to the more fun stuff. Click me. Click me. Start talking about shamans. Yeah, shaman, that guy, okay, or that person, if you will. So we start thinking about where does the combination, we're all Western, I start talking about drugs, I start messing with your serotonin, everybody's face goes like, that guy, he sucks, he talked about antidepressants. But we start to have this combination, we're combining doctor, scientist, artist, caregiver, creativity again, okay, we have the use of psychedelics, we have a new renaissance coming out, and we want to remember that this tradition of having healers that embrace different healing modalities is not a new thing. Integrated medicine's not new. Shaman's been doing this for a long time. Cool. So we have thousands of years of plant medicine, knowledge, okay? It's locked in there. It's inside the plants. When you take the plants, they unlock the knowledge for you. There's millennia of knowledge there. There's different types of plants. There's different characteristics. There's masculine and feminine qualities. There's different things to learn. It's not just drug mechanisms, okay? Feminine, heart opening, okay? Tobacco, protective, linear, directing. The most popular plant medicines in the world, caffeine and tobacco, okay? Masculine plant medicines. We also have, for instance, on the feminine side, ayahuasca, mama aya, visionary, DMT, okay? Cacao, which is money later, okay? Heart opening, compassionate, cannabis, comforting to the body, okay? Acacia and other DMT metabolites, very feminine wisdom knowledge. We're having clicker issues here.
Clicker issues? Let's see.
There we go. Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh, can I do that, Dale? Can I do this?
Yeah.
That'd be so. Yeah. A little more. Okay. So I'm gonna do the finger. Okay. Yeah. And so we have our masculine and feminine qualities here. And then we have non-binary, we have psilocybin mushrooms, playful trickster lunar energy, DMT and Bufo, dimensional alien crystalline structures. Can you go back a couple to the masculine slide? Yeah, one more. Yeah, tobacco, apache. Okay, we're talking about that. Father tobacco. Okay, get that masculine presence in there. Coffee in focus. I'm not familiar with that game, but apparently a strong masculine presence. And of course, the grandfathers, Pachuma, Peyote, San Pedro, great linear teachers and ceremonial guides. Cool. Next. Go forward.
You want to go forward more?
Cool. All right, going through some more LSD. Okay, synthetics. We have visionary expansive experiences, long half-lives that are getting over a half day, really difficult for the clinical experience. Have you ever tried to sit with somebody for 16 hours when they're sober? When they're when they're, so it's a lot. Okay, you can't hold that space. MDMA, we're having some heart-opening experience. We have masculine and feminine qualities, but especially the heart-opening feminine qualities here. 2CB, and then ketamine, okay? Ketamine I'll talk about a little bit because it's legal, okay? It's important. there's lots of ways to go down this pathway in life. You don't have to use psychedelic medicines to get to the same spot. Okay, so if we're going to the top of the mountain, which is the top of spirituality, there's so many ways up that mountain. As we go up that mountain, okay, the paths start to converge. They get closer and closer and closer. And our realities about spirituality, God, oneness, and what it is to be alive become more and more similar at the top. So how we get there. And as we go on this path, we can walk. You can meditate on the side of a mountain for 2 years. You're going to get some realizations. Or you could take the 5-MeO DMT rocket ship, okay, right to the top, okay? There's different pathways along this. It's all the same pathway. If you're meditating, if you're doing breath work, going across the veil is accessing, in my opinion, the same space, okay? So it's about the pathway to get there, our comfort, and the tradition surrounding it. So, what is the medical model in brief? It's safety, it's accountability. It's medical professionals being able to say, I do this, I'm proud of it, look at me, examine what I'm doing, because it helps people, okay? If you have any questions, look closer. Okay? So, we create a comfortable headset and setting. We get rid of distractions. There's nobody walking in or out. There's no threatening behavior. There's no threatening imaging at all. There's nothing negative, in my opinion. Okay? We have music tailored to the experience. We have headphones, shades for your eyes, and we plan the integration. We talk about harm reduction early and often. We have safe rides. We do the whole experience intentional for therapeutic gain. It's not taking a psychedelic at a random setting. We set the mindset, okay, which includes dietary and mental preparation for the experience. We assess the mind with a PHQ-9, G87, and mystical experience questionnaire forms, okay, and we make sure everything is clean, comfortable, quiet, professional, and it allows a person to surrender to the experience. So I sold these photos, I just made that, but this is the Johns Hopkins study, and just showing the nightshades, the typical setting, headphones, noise canceling headphones, and light, and then also make your own playlists here, be ready for the experience. I have a bajillion of them. So my study is 5-MeO DMT. I'm not allowed to talk about the results, but basically we are taking one of the strongest hallucinogenic medicines and assessing its toxicity and its profile on the heart, doing 7 to 8 blood draws over a 45-minute period on somebody who is on high-dose medicine. I'll say one thing because I cannot discuss the results, but we have ethical considerations when we give large doses of psychedelics to psychedelically naive people. I don't necessarily agree with it. So we have amazing things, and we don't have time to go down a DMT pathway, but just know there's a whole different area of DMT when it comes to perception, and I think that's where the new research is going, is DMT, not so much mushrooms, other MDMA things. I think it's all DMT based. And the real world possibility of being a facilitator. Hey, you're solving disease, you're doing this amazing research, okay? We're changing fabric reality, but in the real world, you can't talk about it to anybody. You gotta pick up your kids. You're worried about getting fired. So as we explore these medicines over time, we need to legitimize, we need to have conversations like this, where we're talking about the medical uses of it. It becomes more and more common, where you see it every single day. Mushrooms, I'll do a time check here. Mushrooms, AIQT interval, some more of my research, but basically for these clinical trials, you have to be pretty healthy in the medical model. So before we test it on sick people, we want to see what it looks like on healthy people, contraception, access to facilities, and things like that, and generally good age without psychosis or bipolar disorder. And then who's ready to guide, okay? This guy fucking rules. Okay, he will guide you, okay? But that's not who you get this guy, okay? This is the person. So when we're talking about, like, what we have in the medical model, do we really want to, just open this up to every single nerdy physician with a white coat, where they maybe lock you in the emergency room and give you the state-of-the-art psychedelic medicine by yourself, okay, when you're having a mental break, because some research said it was 52% more effective than Lexapro? Nah, bro. We don't want that. You do not want this situation. So we need to analyze what we're doing with the medical model, explore all the options available to us with decriminalization, the right to try, and then always remember your place and be relatable. Don't be radical. Okay, this is radical material already. Don't get ahead of medicine ever. Realize that consciousness is complex. Never skip the inner work and change the way you look at things in your interior world and what we're doing here in the whole exterior world will change. Okay, so what we're doing is important. It's going to have a profound impact on us. Have a seat.
I just want to make an announcement. We've got people kind of looking for chairs. So if you have empty chairs next to you, if you could kind of like scooch in so that the aisles are a little more open and we can fit more people, that would be great. Thank you.
Get out of your way. Sorry.
You're good.
Really happy to have Dr. Chapman over here. And like I said, he's going to be doing a laughter workshop yoga a little bit later too. You can catch him over there. I'm a little sweaty. I've been over in the ecstatic dance workshop, which was fantastic. So again, just a reminder, there's workshops going on over there all day as well. So feel free to flow back and forth. Our next talk is by Alice Nankin. It's Connection, Not Competition, the Inner Campus System. So while we get set up here, I'll read her bio. Alice is a registered nurse and Army veteran. She's the owner, operator, and formulator of Alice CBD and Alice RM products. They're one of our biggest sponsors this year. You can see their booth over in the corner back there. So we're really happy to have her here. She currently lives in Joplin, Missouri. April left the nursing and medical field because of multiple sclerosis, degenerative discs, and more. She opened her first brick and mortar store on April 20th, 4/20, 2019. She keeps her nursing license current and hosts many educational events across Missouri, including sound baths and monthly tea time discussions on other healing modalities such as yoga, sound frequency healing, psychedelics, and more. So let's welcome to the stage Alice.
Connection, not competition. At the psychedelic conference, we was talking about altered states of mind. Have you ever met someone and you think, man, I know them, I've met them somewhere, you just feel that connection? The term altered state of mind kind of comes to the forefront because a lot of these things, when they're described, psychedelics, cannabis, those other things, they talk about an altered state of mind. And I like to kind of change that. I think it's more of an optimal state of mind. Altered is depression. Altered is not wanting to be with your family and friends. Altered is not being able to sleep. And I'm super nervous, so I have to sit down for a minute. I do need to disclose that I do have a financial interest in Alice CBD and the hemp products that I formulate and create. I have a brick and mortar in Joplin area, and I am also online.
Okay.
And forgive my slides. They're kind of overlapping. So my why. My why, you kind of heard a little bit in my bio. Wife, mother, grandmother, nurse, PTA, 4-H leader, church leader, everything that pointed to success or looked good in other people's eyes. But things like, first of all, things like fibro and arthritis in my 20s started
Sorry, I'm trying to fix this for you here.
Oh shit, you guys are gonna be battling.
Is anybody good with this?
We're fixing it right now.
Okay.
We're,
Oh well.
So
Yeah.
project for 22. That was 22 veterans that got selected to go from Missouri to Colorado to look at cannabis at the first IRC out there, the Research Cannabis Institute in Pueblo, Colorado, through the Colorado University. I got to meet with a lot of the great researchers. Dr. Mashula was there, Dr. Sue Sisley, a lot of the people in the forefront that started looking at cannabis as medicine. And with that, I decided cannabis was medicine. Can I go to the next slide?
Yeah, sorry.
we're working on it, sorry.
Okay.
There you go.
So, as a nurse, I wanted to learn about the science behind it, not just something that my brother told me would help me with my MS, not something that I watched on Hamilton's Pharmacopedia, but actual science-backed information. That's where I went and learned about the ECS, or the endocannabinoid system. To me, it's kind of like our interconnection system, because if you think about where these receptors are, what these neurotransmitters do, they literally connect every cell in our body to every organ in our body,
Okay.
to every tissue in our body, and even to our memory. It's affected by THC and the endocannabinoid
It's still this one?
system.
Okay.
I'll just minimize this.
Just so you know, our dogs
Okay, cool.
and our animals also have an endocannabinoid system. So when we want to bring about balance, when our dogs are stressed or those kind of things, instead of doggy Xanax, you can give your doggy cannabis or a hemp product. So I kind of spoke about thinking about connection, not competition. Sometimes in the medical field, when we take something, it's going to create an automatic reaction in one area, but sometimes it also creates something going on in the other area. There's not always a lot of crosstalk going on, but through the endocannabinoid system, we do get some better regulation and homeostasis, or that balance that we're all looking for. So some of the three main components of the ECS is that endocannabinoids, or those cannabinoids that are built and made within our bodies. Some of these are anandamide and 2-AG, those are most known. Some of the receptors, besides the TRPV and some G coupled receptors, the main receptors that we talk about with the ECS is CB1 and CB2. Think of cannabinoid 1, cannabinoid 2. CB1 is mostly in the brain and nervous system, CB2 is mostly in the periphery and immune. Then there's also enzymes that break down these molecules. We have that as most of our signaling molecules do have an enzyme that stops that signaling molecule. In the instance of cannabinoids, we have something like FAW. On here you can kind of see a little estimation of where all the receptors are. When we talk about cannabis, a lot of times people will start out saying, cannabis works everywhere, it works on everything. And in a way, they're kind of right. Because of that connection, one affects the other, which affects the other. So 2-AG. 2-AG is the one that is found in breast milk. They believe that it may stimulate hunger, and that literally comes through our bodies. Men even have 2-AG, it's just used in other areas. Anandamide. Anandamide is one of my favorite endocannabinoids, and that's the one that our brain makes. When people talk about the runner's high, they used to think that it was endorphin, creating that kind of euphoric high. But literally, we have found out that anandamide is that bliss molecule, or that molecule that third place that we get our cannabinoids from are phytocannabinoids. Think of plant or phyto.
Like, would it be helpful to call it? Like,
These are
I have
also
something that
things,
can make
not
sounds
just
that's not
CBD,
here,
but
so I'm gonna
things
go
like
back.
elderberry and echinacea do work in the endocannabinoid system. In the cannabis plant, they've identified over 100 of these cannabinoids, including CBD, THCV, CBG, CBC,
Oh
and
my
CBN.
goodness.
You can tell those are going to be my favorite.
whose puppy is this? This your puppy?
This is just a little overview that kind of tells you where these things
Oh my
work
God.
at. When people hear THCV, they automatically still think THC because that's an isomer of THC. But instead of making you high, this is the one that actually can bring down a high in moderate or
So
lower
much
doses.
energy to.
Instead of causing the munchies, THCV stops the munchies. So we just find that a lot of patients that come and visit with me about their diabetes or their weight loss, this is one of the things that has been super helpful. We've also used it with children with unresolved seizures and such. We talk about the entourage effect, and that's kind of like using the whole plant together, where we're using a little bit of all of the molecules instead of just one
Yes,
single molecule.
Joanna Metzger. Hell yeah. Did you guys meet at a jam?
But they have found that when you have the
Village
blend,
Prairie?
it's better. I'm probably going to skip over this slide. Okay, routes of administration. So,
Oh, nice.
a lot of people say,
Oh,
I
that's
want
a
to
while
use
ago.
cannabis, or my grandma could really use this, but she can't
Oh,
smoke.
okay.
Guess what? We don't have smoke. We have several routes of administration. I talk about putting it in, putting it on, and putting it up. Use your imagination if you don't understand what up is.
Hell yeah.
Females have two
My right hand
choices.
for all that
Put
shit.
oral. Besides smoking and inhalation, which is a very useful way to use the product and kind of titrate the
Not
doses of it.
anytime
We can
soon.
use
I don't have
things
anything
like
in the
gummies,
schedule, but I've had like a
brownies,
bunch of people
drops,
asking me, so I need to
when we're
like, get
using
my
those
shit together
teachers on
and
the
schedule
inside
some stuff.
with my products,
You want some, like,
they're
rhythmic
safe to use on the
background
outside,
stuff?
so you don't get
Oh,
into
you're already
something,
on my
oh,
list.
it's
Don't even
tinctures
worry
or
about
drops,
that.
but you have a rash.
I'm
And you
actually
don't
like,
want to take oral. Guess what? Put some
fingers
drops on.
crossed, I'm getting a new
Because
job
our
soon,
endocannabinoid system is
and
all over
I have
our
a
skin
proposition
too,
for
so
this
it's
company
a
to
great
like supply
receptor for
product like
putting
fall
these
of
in.
next year and like take it around the state. Like,
There's
oh,
a lot of the
advertisement.
wild,
It's
wild
like,
west where 7
it's all
years
like
ago we
functional
didn't always
medicine
know what
kind of
we
shit,
were
so I
getting,
think
where
it'll
it was
work
coming
really
from,
well.
even what it was labbed at.
Thing.
Now, you know, it's pretty standard that there's certain things that you just automatically look for, like certified analysis, things like starting low, go slow.
At least like maybe
I
some
wouldn't be
promotional
able to.
materials or something like that, like if it's product specific.
THCA,
I
that
have
has
to
been
have other
used a
people
lot,
like helping me that don't
especially
have
with
like
talks
state
of the
issue badges. So
federal
that's where
ban of
Joanna
hemp
comes in. She doesn't have a
intoxicating
badge, so
molecules
she
because
can give
THCA
things.
is
I'm happy to
actually
do illegal shit
converted
too.
to fentanyl, and
I love
that's
jail.
just the supply when you buy it. So that's probably
Hell
one of the
yeah.
hemp molecules that they're
I'll
talking
take the
about
fall
getting rid
always.
of.
It's my fault.
Hell yeah.
So the federal law had talked about hemp being in one category as anything that was less than 0.3% on the THC decimine.
He's the
But
best good
because of the
lawyer.
loophole,
I
we had
know.
all these other isomers that was kind of letting some of these intoxicating
Just reminds me of my
molecules
girl.
through. I do agree and carry the intoxicating molecules too, because I don't think it should just be for pain and stuff. It's also for pleasure.
Oh yeah, he's cool here.
We could get in like a fast.
So, other ways to support your BCS
Gonna make him
lifestyle,
one. Yep.
things like a
Maybe like
balanced
Oprah.
diet,
Never
things
mind,
like
never mind.
omega-3s
Right.
support your BCS.
He's no snitch.
The singing
You know, I
bowl,
thought about getting a
humming,
vest with like little trash
exercise,
pockets
those things
and
help
just
stimulate
With
or
trash pockets?
like have like a
encourage
little
the,
trash bag kind of thing in there so people see you picking up
production of
trash
your
on the
own
street and stuff.
BCS
You know, just to make them
compound.
feel guilty
In
about
the
littering.
touch, this was one of the things that we learned in the military
That's
when we
spicy.
were,
What
going
motivated
through
that?
some of our trainings was we would do these things for families
So
where they
April
talked
lived
about,
in
you know,
Midtown
raising kids.
for a little while, and
When
just
children
going
are little,
walks,
you have
there's
to
just
hug
trash
them and hold them and caress them a
everywhere.
lot.
Some more
Touch
dog walks.
actually
It's
there's all questions. I know they have a panel coming up, but
Yeah,
I do
kind of reforming a group with a drummer that I used to work with
So
years
I've
ago.
always had this idea. I haven't researched
Shantae.
any into this. That
Super
there's some
groovy, just like super
evolution
funky.
with cannabis and humans and animals
I've got a bass
being
player we've
distinct
worked
from that.
with, but
Is there any research or knowledge about that evolution?
I love
So
the
I've heard
having
some of
fretted
them,
and
and
fretless bass
I
together.
haven't studied
Get that
a lot
bump
on
and
it,
then
but
the
a lot of
slide,
people
you know?
brought up the
Because again, you
idea
can do like those little
of
harmonies on
the
there too.
cannabis plant here before us.
Oh, fucking yeah.
Some of the things that the cannabis plant produces or gives
Are you
off
gonna? Do you
is
have any
actually for its
like
own benefit,
dates
and we
blocked
might
off?
just came along
No.
and used it.
We're just
Now
gonna
there's still other talks
rehearse
about people are
and
like,
maybe
no,
record
this
stuff to some
these
videos
race
for like a
strains, like
year. I don't think I want to do any shows for a bit.
molecule that I
Just
really
like
like and comes
keep it
from Durban,
change.
Oregon. That
Yeah.
was a land race strain in
Just
Africa.
keep it
And think about it, police
under
and
wraps.
famine, having to work
Oh no,
and keep
Papa,
continuing on when you're
baby.
hungry, having to
I'm sorry.
I think that was kind of made for the people there.
It's okay, baby.
Same with some other different types of strains that they felt.
There,
You
I
know,
don't want to
kind of
like scare
benefited
him. Here we
the
go.
roots in that area. And then I've also heard of some growers
for himself.
talking
Doug
about
starts giving him shit.
sucking on seeds before they plant
Snap
them.
back. I've only seen a couple.
You know, see if it takes in their DNA and helps that way. I don't know if it does or doesn't, but
Oh my goodness.
I think intent goes a long way, and there's a lot of things we don't understand. So
Sturdy boy.
I'm gonna suck on my seeds.
What's your world in cannabis now? Things have been kind of fucked recently, actually. I think that's a tagline for the universe right now. Yeah, it really fucking is. Like, things are kind of fucked. Like, I got laid off, like, a month ago. I was with local cannabis. But yeah, I got laid off a few weeks ago. Basically, they're not making money. They're not doing well, like, financially, and they've had like 3 rounds of layoffs. Good Day Farms just taking over. Yeah, basically, they're really fucking things up. They're fucking up the ecosystem big time. Because they. I always go straight to market, but you know, I know that's not like something we do. I don't know why they haven't at this point. Like, it has been made very clear that they have no intention on like contributing positively, and like they're hurting so many businesses, and like there's a bunch of brands that are having to withdraw from the market altogether because they can't compete. Nice, buddy. Well, you have to come over sometime. Bring Darren. Like dinner. Are you still in Merriam? Okay. So. Like, he's the guy that like introduced me to Gypsy Jazz like 15 years ago. Who's? His name's Eamon Galley. He lived in Southeast Asia for like 12 years. Okay. But he's been back. He's staying with us. He's doing an internship here in town. But he's from Topeka. Okay. But he's a great musician. Also, when he was in Cambodia, he did like huge production shows, like state, you know, just like a production manager. Yeah. And but he just got this little keyboard and recording workstation that's like been tantalizing. One thing he says, like, I need a bass player to work with because sometimes just like the touch of this keyboard and bass.
Though these are natural products, they still have interactions. Everything, you know, comes with a plus and a minus. Thankfully, the therapeutic window and the safety window of cannabis is huge, and there's no real LD50 on it. So unless it drops on you, you're not going to die from it. That said, though, you can have some interactions, especially when we have polypharmacy, where we have elderly people that are just starting to look at cannabis again or cannabis for the first time, especially the THC part.
Make like great vocal dust, but they just leave the tracks. Right. And even like potentially getting into jingles. With what? Jingles. Oh, okay. I wrote a jingle. I can show it to you. I wrote it for a chiropractor office. Hell yeah. They didn't even ask me. I just did it as.
So the belly button method is something I learned about through elevated practice. A lot of times they talk about doing castor oil or spices and herbs through the belly button.
In the very
And there was some rumors about
the room
Chody
with the lady
gland
speaking.
or something. I'm not sure. You know, there's always conflicting information, but we do know that there was always a bundle of nerves right behind the umbilical cord that's where we're fed. It could just be a placebo, but I don't know.
Absolutely.
Sessions usually last.
They're usually, I mean, the session, okay, so the music part is usually about 30 minutes, and there's before and after, just like guiding, that's usually about 15. So we're clocking in about an hour.
There's something that like you could incorporate that every so often too.
Can you smoke up there?
For some people that I've heard having a psychedelic experience with cannabis or doing
That would be the big thing, because that's a part of the whole thing is
It
blowing
seemed
loud.
like it was centered around the crossfading with alcohol or some other
I
things.
don't know.
So I haven't experienced or got to visit with anybody that's had
I need to figure that out
Maybe if
first.
there was some sort of like
Thankfully, I said thankfully, but I'm not going to be
I guess
insensitive to know
it
that
wouldn't be a
doesn't
problem.
happen. And I used to be totally against
Probably.
cannabis.
I don't know.
Yeah, oil would be fine.
That's what
Okay.
my brothers did, and they did alcohol.
Have like
and
a
they did, you know.
volcano that everybody.
I was worried about that.
I should have
You do like your
your
offering, you know, like church.
Oh, yeah.
Your
I mean, basically, I mean, we could give them everything, but
That's what seemed to be the that's schizophrenia and bipolar.
I'm sorry?
Emma? You know Emma?
Thank you so
Emma,
much.
no, I don't know an Emma. Have you talked to that lady in the white jacket? Yeah.
Alice, with the news that has just recently come out about the hemp industry, what can we do to help support you?
Join my church
I
hymn.
got a buddy that
I will be the hympress, and we will use it for spiritual
does really
connection,
great
not for healing.
breath
But
work
if you get
stuff.
healing,
And actually on Sundays at 8 p.m. we just do a Zoom call with them.
About what we need.
Just a
I
breath
ask
work
It's
for
like 30
session?
minutes.
not just, people
It's kind of like
on
donation
death
only. It's
cemeteries.
suggested
I
maybe
know a
like
lot of old ladies that say they will never go to a
whatever,
dispensary, that that's
$5,
where the
$10 or
junkies go.
something.
And
But
even if I tell them I got
April,
this,
Robin,
but you're not
What?
a junkie,
Robin,
it's okay.
Robin,
They don't know
maybe
maybe they're talking about going
That sounds really familiar.
I used to work with Elevate.
Yeah,
I think that
She lives in St.
Facebook
Louis, so
that
I
shows
don't know
my
if you run
contact.
into her.
I think she
but
comes up on my Facebook as like a person.
She's
Again,
the best.
like
She's
one of
the
those
churches
kind
are
of
going to be
things.
popping up everywhere.
She got out of cannabis.
I just wanted to say something.
Wine rep right
You guys don't know I'm right now the owner here.
But
Alright,
anyway,
by the
but
way,
like
you
I've
actually
done a couple of
house
breathwork
over
classes
here
at my house with them, with just musician friends. And it's like, yeah, it's like a 10-star review. It's just like,
Alright,
it's
got
not
it.
just
We
like,
actually bought it because ain't great. It's things over there for micro businesses and everything else, and actually getting the plant out there for actually medical reasons and everything. Another thing, so then we have these issues. We actually have working with the DSS systems, DSS and everything, and the chiefs to actually come out here and actually have ask talks and stuff about people like that, and also talk to them about insurance actually as well as how ways legalize it too as well. We work with Congress and
purposefully obtuse.
And violent.
There you go.
And, like, untrusting.
I'm sorry. I just want to make a fun announcement that we're going to have
30%
a couple of food trucks coming here. So in 20 minutes, we have Taco Cacao is going to be set up right outside the door. So if you're getting hungry for some lunch, you can pop over there.
Choco taco.
We're in the crossroads. There's lots of food available, but we want to have
Get
something
enough
that you
sound
don't
back
go
to
too
this
far.
again. I don't know if
Please
it's.
support our food trucks.
Do you need a-
Yeah, you're getting something.
Okay.
You mind if I tweak that real quick? Dale will know what to do with it.
Yeah, for sure.
Hopefully.
Oh, I think
Yeah.
he's getting.
Here, I got you.
It's working. It's good in the monitors.
Yeah, I've got you.
So
All right.
if you listen to
We're going to go on to our next speaker, which is Crystal Suddeth. And the topic of this next one is Healing for All, Building Equitable Access to Psychedelic Care. So I'll read Crystal's bio. Crystal is the founder of Elios Connect, a nonprofit created from her own experience of transformation through psychedelic-assisted therapy. She's living proof that this work changes lives. After years in healthcare, including nursing education, and more than a decade in wound care sales, she witnessed how traditional systems often fall short in treating emotional and spiritual wounds. Later, as a bud tender educator, she saw firsthand the potential of plant-based and psychedelic medicines to heal what conventional medicine could not. Elios Connect is Crystal's way of turning that realization into action. She is leading the first known effort in Missouri to establish dedicated funding that helps patients afford psychedelic therapy. Her mission is to expand access, reduce stigma, and build compassionate bridges between science, spirit, and community, because healing shouldn't be a privilege. So those of us who have been following psychedelic therapy know that it's got amazing potential, but people who can afford to go to Mexico or South America and go get this treatment, that's a certain type of people that can afford to do that. And so, if we think about making this available to the people who need it the most, we really do need to think about the financial piece of it. Psychedelic therapy as the model in the clinical system right now is, not affordable for a lot of people. And so I'm sorry if I'm stealing your thunder. I just wanted to preach a little. So I really think it's super important what Crystal's doing. It's super forward thinking. It's not even legal here yet, but it will be. And then how do we get access that's equitable? So it's not just the upper 1% that can afford it and everybody else is still kind of stuck. So I'll let Crystal take over. Thank you.
Thank you. I obviously don't know how to dress from Missouri, even though I've lived in Missouri my entire life. So here we are. I like that Alice sat down, so I'm going to do that also. I have some slides, but I'm going to go ahead and get started. I'm Crystal Suddeth. I'm the founder of Elios Connect. Bailey and I, she's here somewhere. Bailey and I are here because we believe in the power of psychedelic therapy. And the question at the center of that belief is really simple. As this therapy moves into mainstream, who actually gets to heal? Hold on one second. Are you working on my slides? Okay. Yeah. Oh, here they are. Okay. All right. All right. This slide is my North Star. Who gets to heal? Because right now we're at a fork in the road. On one side, we have this incredible emerging field that is changing lives, and on the other, we have the same systems: cost, insurance gaps, inequality, all ready to decide who gets through the door. So the heart of my talk is this: hope exists and healing exists, but access does not. It's not guaranteed, anyway. That's not acceptable to me, and I imagine if you're here and you're listening to me right now, it's also not acceptable to you. I'm not a clinician or a researcher. I know how to Google. So that's where I pulled these numbers from. And in some conversations that I've had with Andreas Met out of Oregon, he has a Satya clinic. But when we talk about healing, there's a price attached to it. And if you have preparation sessions anywhere between 1 and 3, you're looking at $150 to $300 each. That could be up to $150 or $900 total. For a facilitated session, that's where the magic is, I suppose. That is approximately $850 at a minimum to $2,500 per session. And then after that, you're going to need those integration sessions, which, you know, I said the medicine was the magic, but I think actually the integration time where you're actually figuring out what you've learned and what you're going to do with that moving forward is very important. And there's a price associated with that as well. As someone who cares deeply about safety and ethics, I think it's really important that I tell you that those costs, they're not greed. They reflect real labor, real responsibility, and real risk. We have trained practitioners that are holding a space for an individual. You have integration support, rent, insurance, compliance, and all of the things. It all adds up. But the moment that broke my heart is really like thinking about these numbers and realizing how many people in my life would be able to afford these therapies if it were available right now. I'm not one of them. Oh, I went too far. So 1 in 5 adults in the United States lives with a mental health condition. Depression is the leading cause of disability worldwide, and more than 46 million Americans age 12 plus meet criteria for a substance abuse disorder in 2021. Those aren't numbers on a slide. They're the people that we love. They're the friend who's always saying that I'm fine, but they never quite are. Or the coworker who is angry for no reason. You can't really figure it out, but really there's something behind that. Or the parent that's holding everything together by a thread. We have a world that's aching for relief and a treatment model that right now is only available for a few. You heard Sean talk about the science and Alice, but it works, and these are the ways. Psilocybin creating lasting relief from depression and anxiety for many participants. For me, psilocybin, I'm 5 years sober. MDMA, assisted therapy, bringing profound relief to people living with PTSD. Ketamine, interrupting suicidal ideation and severe depressive episodes within hours. Other medicines like ibogaine, LSD, ayahuasca, all showing powerful impacts in early data and real use. I grew up in the DARE generation, right? Like, that's all I knew, and so I was really against cannabis for a long time. But my dad developed Parkinson's, and that's where I realized everything I'd been told was wrong. I felt so foolish, and that's how I became a bud tender educator, learned as much as I could, and then went to work at one of the first dispensaries here in it was in Lee Summit. And then to find out now the power of ibogaine and like what that's doing for patients with Parkinson's offshore, why would we have to go offshore for this, right? We should be able to have this available here, and we should be able to afford it. Let's be honest about who's getting in the door right now. Across these programs, they look like me. They're white, they have a higher income. They're people with flexible jobs, savings, accounts, and family support. And I don't want to point fingers at those people. Of course, you should have access to what you need. Everyone who's suffering deserves healing. But we have to be willing to name who's missing. It's the people who are living near or in poverty, communities of color, LGBTQ plus folks, people with disabilities, people in rural areas, people whose lives have been shaped by chronic trauma, incarceration, and addiction. And if we're not intentional, we'll build a beautiful, new, shiny thing that we've had going on. Still have it right now. It's healing for those at the top of the ladder. That's not why I'm here, and I know it's not why you're here. I have ADHD, and there's so much going on in this room today. I am like, it's really fucking with me, you guys. I'm sorry. When I think about who stands to benefit when we built this access, I picture faces and not categories. I picture the single parent like myself who worked 2 jobs, carried trauma since childhood, and never had the time, the money, or the safety to really heal. I picture a black man who survived violence, racism, and the criminal legal system that's been taught over and over again that his pain is not a priority. I picture a queer teenager in a small town scrolling at 2 a.m. thinking that if I just disappeared, things might be easier for everyone. And I picture a veteran like my dad who, I'm 49, my dad died at 49. He was a veteran and he had a significant alcohol and drug abuse disorder. He's not here to see this, but this is for him. We see them, just being told to hang on. He went through the VA hospital. It was a terrible experience at that time. But when we think about who gets to heal, these are all the people that I'm thinking of. They're all of us in this room, honestly. We're all just 1 second away from some trauma event. I'll send this to you since I've kind of botched it. All right. So, a marketplace asks who can pay, but a movement, it asks who can heal. So if we want this to be a movement and not just another market, we need to build it that way on purpose. And if we want psychedelic therapy to be a true movement, one that changes lives at scale, we need to be intentionally making room for it right now. And that's the pivot that I'm asking everyone to make. And this is where I'm going to come in, because like I said earlier, hope exists and healing exists. And Elios exists because I recognize the pattern, the way that traditional healthcare works, frankly, the way that the cannabis and the hemp industries have shifted. I've seen how easily access can get distorted, how quickly equity disappears, and how quietly people get left behind, and I can't ignore that. Because once you see the power of this medicine, if you've ever experienced it, you can't unsee it. So I've dedicated, I don't need this. I don't need this. I have built Elios Connect because I don't want cost to be a barrier for people seeking therapy. It's going to be if we allow that to happen, all right? We need people who are going to be like-minded. I do need to read this, actually. There is too much going on. I'm looking for partners who care about equity as much as they care about outcomes. I'm looking for providers who can hold spots for lower cost care. I need donors and funders. I've spent so much money out of my own pocket. It's all worthwhile money, but it's going to run out. I need volunteers, allies, people who can offer time, skills, connections, and advocacy. I need to build a board. Bailey and I have been doing this on our own for the last year. She's built my website, but we both work full-time jobs, and in order to be successful, we need to get out and about and start spreading words. So if anything that I've said or anything that you hear today, tugs at your heart and you want to support, there's so many ways to get involved, and we'll be happy to talk to you about it over there. But I would really love to answer some questions if anyone has any. No? Yeah?
Tell me more about your organization. Oh, can you tell me?
It's me, I'm sorry.
Can you tell me more about your organization and what it does?
Okay, so if you were at the conference last year, I was on a panel with a couple of other really wonderful people. And I've shared my story in depth about how I became involved in this. And I don't want to go into it right now, but basically one of the questions that we were all asked was, what is the one thing that you're going to do in the next year to move this movement forward? And I said, I'm going to start this nonprofit. This is a brand new thing for me. I've had to learn a lot. I'm on a board of a nonprofit that feeds seniors and homebound residents in Lee Summit. So I had a general idea of what that looked like, but this is such a gray area space. We're kind of figuring it out as we go along. I know at the heart of my movement, what I want to do is build a healing fund so that when this is available legally for people, that they have the availability. There's no burden of cost. If I can give someone $500 towards their treatment, that's a little pathway forward, So right now, the only thing that I'm really legally able to do is doing what I'm doing, speaking all of the time on Facebook, on LinkedIn, anywhere, and living by example. But what I need right now is I need to be able to build a board, have a community of people who believe in this the same way that I do, and who are also willing to do the same. Because we're going to need to be able to raise money in order to help people. So that's at the heart of what I'm trying to do, if that's answering your question, is I need to raise money to help people afford therapy once it's available. Does that answer your question? Okay. All right. Does anybody have any other questions? I know it's such an abstract thing right now. I'm sorry?
The mission of your organization. I don't know if you said that already, but.
Well, to educate, well, it's me, I think. I think it's over here. But the mission is really honestly, it's to lead by example. I mean, this medicine touched me. I have like a few minutes. I'll just tell you. I was, you never want to say like I'm an alcoholic, but I was an alcoholic. I had been misdiagnosed with depression pretty in my late 20s into my early 30s, and then that was not what it was. I had ADHD, so I didn't learn how to deal with that, and what helped me, I guess, at the time was out drinking. Took away a lot of the feelings that I'm actually having right now. But there are some people who are just chemically not meant to drink, right? And I'm one of them, and I should have known that. But I had 2 DUIs within 12 years. And in my last one, I totaled my car and I almost died. I woke up in a hospital room with handcuffed to a bed. So outside of that, like every time I'd close my eyes at night, that's what I would vision over and over again. So I had done some research into psilocybin early on and spent about 6 months really thinking about that and then taking a leap and using it. And then on the other side of that, I said, you know what, I've never drank again. I've never wanted to drink. It's been successful for me. So that's where this came from. That's where it started. But my mission is to talk about the power of it from my experience. Lead by example. I'm active in my community where I never was before. I care about everyone like so much more. I think that there is so many wonderful things that are coming out with psychedelics. I think it can change our communities and change our world. It can change our worldview. And funding is going to be a problem. And so, again, that's my mission. I don't know, I can't say it enough. I'm trying to raise as much money as I can to help support it. So right now, I have a $500, I don't know if you guys know Waxy Brown or Daniel Jones. I have a $500 fund set aside in his honor that's for him, and that's just $500, right? That's from my own money, but someone is going to need that soon, and I want to be able to provide that to them. But it can't just be me, so it needs to be a community of people. Does that answer it? Okay. All right. Is that it? Okay.
All right, I just want to make a mention there are adaptogenic mocktails being served over in the kitchen area. This is an ashwagandha apple smash, and it's amazing. You can check out her menu. She's got bottles of water for sale as well as some really great alcohol-free adaptogenic mocktails. So our next talk is actually a panel. You can bring up the chairs while I'm doing this. We're going to do a panel. The topic is harm reduction. So we have 4 people on this panel. We have our president, Dale Morgan, who's a licensed EMT, harm reductionist of 7 years, and psychedelic access advocate, obviously. He helped put on this whole event, right? Director of Safe Journey Sanctum, which is really cool. If you haven't heard about us yet, Safe Journey Sanctum is part of this whole Heartland Transpersonal Alliance, which is our 501c3 that we just started here in Kansas City about a year ago. So we have the Psychedelic Society of Kansas City, we have the Psychedelic Integration Circle, and we also have Safe Journey Sanctum. And Safe Journey Sanctum is providing harm reduction at festivals and events in the Kansas City area. So if you're hosting an event, you think people might be using psychedelics or other substances, to keep people safe, you could ask Safe Journey Sanctum to be there. We have Narcan, fentanyl test strips. We also provide peer support. So if somebody's having like a really overwhelming time that some people might consider a bad trip, we can provide a space where they can feel safe, they can feel supported. So it's a really great resource for our community. And Dale is also one of the first members of Rave Safe. They're doing a lot of cool things in the area, and one of the founders of the Psychedelic Society of Kansas City. I expanded your bio a little bit, Dale. Also on this panel, we have Tonto Goldstein. And Tonto is amazing. He brings 22 years of harm reduction volunteer experience, teaching, facilitating, and leadership. He has experience as a trauma doctor, as a hospital director, and anybody heard of Burning Man? He's one of the lead harm reductions there for their Green Dot. He's a Green Dot Ranger lead, and also does harm reduction at other big festivals such as Lightning in a Bottle out in California. All right.
for you, how they're guiding you or facilitating your experience. They might have a tendency to think about their own personal experience or what they're dealing with, and not really meeting the person undergoing the experience where they're at or giving them what they need. And another thing, power dynamics and consent. So power dynamics, how I interpret that is like, what is the dynamic between the two people? You know, the facilitator and the person under the experience. There could be some, in the sober space, they have a certain dynamic of how they communicate or receive each other's words, and that might play into how they handle talking to each other during the psychedelic experience. And consent is huge because the person going through the psychedelic experience, they might not have the words to express what they need. It might be so overwhelming that they know they need something, but they don't know how to explain that. So for the facilitator, not necessarily to just ask them, hey, what do you need right now? You might have to be more specific, like, would you like me to hold your hand? Do you need a hug right now? And kind of breaking that down where it might seem unnecessary to you in your sober state to ask such simple questions, but to the person undergoing the experience, that might be exactly what they need to help them feel safe moving forward.
She brings up some really great points. I think, and you have a copy, you have the question, just the, okay. I come from a world, I've been a nurse for 20 years. I have a license, there's a board. I work with physicians and therapists who are required to obtain so much training before they can practice. And so I'm very much comfortable and attached to the idea that if a nurse or a doctor messes up, it's going to be reported, and that information will be available to the public. So when it comes to kind of this underground or both really kind of coming together, I think expectations are very important. And I think that, if you're, like I said, utilizing psychedelics to treat a serious medical or mental health condition, that there are probably some standards that need to be in place, including the facilitator should probably not be consuming the same substance just in case that person needed medical attention. And then also there's a lot of romantic relationships or things that happen. So I think that we just have to be very cautious and very careful, and there need to be very clear expectations.
Something I've been really grateful for in the training that I've received with the Zendo project and the NEST, which is the Network of Emotional Support Teams, both of which do psychedelic-based peer support at live events. One of the things that they're really clear about that I feel like is important is understanding the role that you have as someone that holds space for people that are in these non-ordinary states, because there are unequal power dynamics there. These kind of, I guess, space holders, if you would like to call them, they are expected to be completely sober. They've checked in with themselves. They've made sure that they're at the right emotional and psychological state to provide this care. And they also have to come with the understanding that the people that they're dealing with are in an extremely vulnerable, if not emotionally and psychologically compromised state. So it's about withholding judgment from those individuals when they're on that state. They may say things that are really strange or unusual. They may feel like they're directed towards you, and they're almost certainly not. And it's also really important to understand the boundaries that are there. You're there to hold space for people. It's not you're not there to try to date people or make new romantic connections. And I feel like that is something that is always important to have in mind that people that are in these states of mind, it's not good to assume that they are able to fully consent to any kind of new intimate dynamic or anything like that when they're in that state. And so it's better to just simply assume that that's not an option, that's not a possibility, and that's sort of off limits when you are providing that, when you're facilitating and holding that space for people.
I have nothing to add to what they already said. Literally.
All right, I think those answers were really great segues into our next question. So I'm just going to go ahead and get it out there. What does harm reduction look like in a clinical setting?
Well, it goes back to what I just mentioned before, which is like the training and the licensing, and I think that's a really important piece of the clinical setting. You know, trained medical professionals providing this work or working with these different compounds, including ketamine and in their future others. There's that component. And in the clinical setting, I mean, I'm always trying to bring the outdoors in. So I don't want it to ever feel like a clinical setting. I actually brought my emotional support friend with me today. But I think that, you know, really I'm just trying to combine like the both worlds and have a positive impact on the medical model.
So this is where I can answer at length. One of my hospitals in California, we have a full-on harm reduction practice. We're a research hospital, so we don't necessarily follow the same guidelines. But we have all types of non-traditional Western medicine that's out there, including psychedelics. We have sound baths, we have yoga, we have hot yoga. You have all kind of practices that we have with each and every patient, if they so choose. It's made a major impact on the outcomes of our patient, and we're probably going to publish some of these results in the next few months. But modern medicine in the US, and I'm calling it modern because it's only about 120 years old or so. Modern medicine in the US is finally catching up to, we should not ignore the knowledge that came for thousands or tens of thousands of years before us. And we're starting to implement it. I know Mayo is looking at it. Dana-Farber is implementing some of it. Sloan Kettering as well. And it's primarily in the cancer world. That's a chronic, lifelong, altering disease. And if you don't catch it early enough, we all know what happens. But there are some University of Chicago hospital, I forgot which one. I think they have more than one. But University of Chicago recently published a study as well as they brought harm reduction into the emergency department. And they saw positive outcomes in cardiac patients, specifically for cardiac patients. It's starting to catch up. I've personally facilitated, in my harm reduction practice, I don't have a practice, but where I facilitated harm reduction with substances is primarily ketamine and ayahuasca over the past 20 odd years. And as long as we have an intention, the client has an intention of what they're trying to accomplish and not just, hey, I heard ayahuasca is kind of cool, let's try it. Like, that's not how this flies. But as long as we have intentions and we set boundaries and everything else that we've stated here earlier, or they've stated earlier, we do good work. It's part of the healing process. And that's where we start, like you mentioned, that's where harm reduction starts crossing into the healing properties of medicine. And that's going to be the future of harm reduction. It's going to integrate tightly into medicine and start healing folks as we move forward with this.
I would say that as a EMT and a frontline healthcare worker, something that is a way that I've implemented harm reduction in a clinical setting is mostly trying to suppress my own internal biases or reactions to patients when it comes to assessing their drug history. Approaching that from a place of non-judgment is really important when you are doing that assessment so that people feel like they can be open and honest to you. You know, frontline healthcare workers in a lot of ways are sort of judged or lumped together as like authority figures like police, so there's a lot of apprehension that people have when being honest. So just explaining that you're there just to help, you're not there to try to like get anyone in trouble is really important. And then also as a healthcare worker, becoming familiar with what some of the symptoms and effects are of recreational drugs so that you can also begin to more proactively identify what could be going on with someone as you are doing your assessment.
All right, thank you so much for those answers. I will go ahead and move on to our next question. How can we responsibly educate new psychedelic users without encouraging unsafe exploration?
So I think a way to educate new users is to teach them what these substances actually do to them. Some people might be, you know, looking at stuff on TV and movies. There's dramatized versions of what trips can be. Some people might just not have the education of knowing different substances affect you differently. Like, it doesn't all feel like weed or like, you know what I mean? There's different substances that do different things. So just giving people that initial education that like, hey, is this doing what you want it to do? Like, make sure you know what you're getting into. And I also think it's important to teach people to respect the medicine. A lot of these substances are sacred to different cultures, and it's not just about getting high or like, you know, partying. There's a level of sacredness and intent behind using these things. So just keeping that in mind, that it's going to teach you what you need to know. It doesn't matter if you want to have, you know, a party time and be excited and have a blast. Like, if you don't need that, you're going to get, you're going to get whatever you need out of it, and it might not necessarily be what you think is going to happen to you. So just having respect and awareness around what you're taking is really important.
I think part of what Carolyn said when it comes to intention, that is a really important aspect that I feel like is overlooked when it comes to people that are approaching psychedelics maybe in a new capacity. And in addition to that, the physical aspects as well. So learning, there are great evidence-based harm reduction resources that are out there. Like for MDMA, there's a great resource called rollsafe.org. It can kind of tell you about the different vitamins in your body that MDMA can cause you to become deficient in. It can help you try and recognize maybe there are certain maybe you do have a medical history that means that you shouldn't experiment with this drug. And then also having them understand what are safe routes of administration and safe doses. That's, I feel like, really, really important. A lot of times when people do present themselves in harm reduction spaces, the two biggest factors are usually because they don't know what they're taking and they don't know how much that they've took, or some combination therein. So I feel like educating them on that, as well as having them understand that you do need to come at it from a place of intention. You do want to be in a good mental headspace. You do want to ask yourself why you want to experiment with this, because if you are just trying to use it to, like, you know, escape something that is really difficult going on in your life, understanding that that is not going to work out that way is really important for people before they get into that experience.
I can share the question again. So the question was, how can we responsibly educate new psychedelic users without encouraging unsafe exploration?
I used to teach an 8-hour class to answer that question. But It's about, from a proactive perspective, published information for for all of the psychedelics, as well as research chemicals, because research chemicals are now becoming more readily available out there, and they have a wider array of side effects that will cause a life-altering injury. But if we teach the folks the correct dosage by body weight and environmental conditions, as well as the duration of of whatever substance they ingest, the duration of its effects is important. And we don't want to start layering different types of substances upon each other and the contraindications for taking a substance. If we can put together some stuff for the folks that are interested in exploring and just provide that information to them, I highly encourage everybody to go out and explore. That's what we're here for, in reality. But with that information, that'll keep them alive longer. And it's not going to prevent somebody from having a bad trip, because you get the trip you need. And ain't nobody going to tell you what trip you're going to get. But if with that information, they can go in there knowing they're going to get the trip they need, and they come out on the other end alive, and they learn a lesson from it. And that's all I care about.
All right, we have our last question. We want to hear from you guys all day. I wish that we could, but I want to just get this out there so that everybody has a chance to answer. Our final question is, what role can peer support networks and grassroots organizations play in psychedelic harm reduction?
I think local resources and peer support groups can make the knowledge accessible, approachable for people who may be, hesitant or nervous to get into the community, or they don't really necessarily know where to look. Those organizations can help get that information out and in a fun, approachable way with community.
I look forward to a future when those organizations can have a list of people, facilitators, who people can go to, as opposed to this, meeting people through Signal. And I know that's how it has to be right now, but that's what I look forward to, is having access to the facilitators out there who are doing really good work.
Something I think grassroots organizations and peer support groups can do when it comes to psychedelic harm reduction is by having these highly visible, curated, safe spaces for people, there is a psychological reinforcement that I feel like kind of starts happening in the crowd and the group. When people are in non-ordinary states, there's a lot of internalized guilt, internalized shame of if someone's having a difficult experience, like, well, I don't want to be like a downer to someone. I don't want to like ruin someone else's night. I'm just going to like stay here tucked in the corner. So having them realize, from the outset, hey, if you don't feel right or you need someone to talk to, there's a space that you can go to. Or there's also Project Fireside, which Mooncat volunteers quite a lot of her time with. They have all kinds of online resources that you can speak and talk to someone when you're in a non-ordinary state. So I feel like, those are all really important. Just simply being there and having a visible presence in the community itself can be beneficial.
Y'all are doing a great job at answering the question by just being here, to be honest. Peer support has to be at a local level, because I moved here from California less than a year ago. This is way different here than it is in California. In California, we have something called Moon Tribe. Every full moon, we go out in the Mojave Desert illegally, and we dance out all night. The amount of substance use that goes on over there will rival Jimi Hendrix and everybody else out there. But it's amazing. Out here, we can't do that. But over there, our harm reduction looks way different than it does over here. I'm still learning the ropes here. But one thing I've learned from traveling and doing this both at festivals and proactively for local nonprofits is that it has to be local based, because your local needs here in Kansas City are different than St. Louis, than different than Topeka, are different than Wichita. Right? And what y'all are doing here is the first step in providing harm reduction center resources, facilitation, and empowerment for the local Kansas City metropolitan area. And this is amazing to see. All right, so to answer your question, what we're doing here today is the first step and the second step in making this happen.
I love that answer. I'm so proud of us all for being here. This is amazing. We are going to take just a couple of minutes to answer some questions from the audience. So does anybody out there have a question that they would like to ask the panel? Here, let me.
I want to ask what the difference have from natural or chemical substance.
What's the difference? There's a lot, depending on the substance, depends on the facilitator, the set and setting.
Yeah, for example, with ketamine and ayahuasca.
Okay, I'm just going to repeat the question for those that maybe weren't able to hear. What is the difference between a chemical and a natural substance? For example, such as ketamine or ayahuasca.
Okay, that's a really good question. I'm going to let him answer that primarily. For me, as a facilitator who's guided a lot of patients through ketamine journeys, I mean, ketamine is really short-acting. It's generally very safe. It doesn't interact with a lot of medications. There's not a lot of side effects. I don't have any experience guiding people with ayahuasca, but it is certainly very, very different than ayahuasca.
When the ketamine and ayahuasca, like you said, ketamine hits fast and hard. It also, the half-life is fairly short. Ayahuasca, on the other hand, takes a lot of preparation work, and it takes a fairly long time to kick in. And when it kicks in, it'll last for 2 days, 3 days sometimes. But most of the natural plants out there are not necessarily going to kill you if you prepare enough. If you go in with the right mental state, if you go in with intention, most of the natural plants out there are not going to kill you. The research chemicals, and I'm not including ketamine in this, ketamine is not a research chemical, but the research chemicals that are coming on the market today are going to kill you. And that's the major difference, is natural medicine has been used for thousands of years. We know what they will do. We know how long they last. Most of the psychedelics out there that are not natural have been discovered in a medicinal research facility for one way or another, and they've been applied for medicinal purposes. So I'm not worried about those either. Right? It's the new stuff that's coming out, and those are the ones that you should worry about when it comes to harm reduction perspective.
I would also say too, just at least from some of the context of psychedelics, is that for a really long time, having the kind of nausea and body discomfort was sort of considered to be an integral component of the psychedelic experience, and that kind of started to shift with the discovery of LSD, which interestingly enough is a synthetic chemical, but that typically doesn't have the same sort of unpleasant body load and nausea that is associated with it. So, you know, one of the benefits with the chemical approach is you can have, it's easier to control the dose, it's easier to make it reliable and repeatable as far as like building it to scale. And that can have its own usefulness. But yeah, on the other hand, you know, for research chemicals that might be new or emerging in the market, it's important for people to know that those carry a significantly higher risk profile compared to the tried and true natural medicines that have been around for hundreds or thousands of years.
All right, awesome. I think we might have time for just one more question, and then I believe we're going to be breaking for lunch. Does anybody else have a question for our panel?
Rollsafe.org. Yeah, Yep. Yeah, rollsafe.org is a really great evidence-based public harm reduction resource for learning about how to consume MDMA safely. Yeah, there are also like more general harm reduction orgs that have a lot of evidence-based information, like Dance Safe. They have really good infographics for various different substances to help inform you of the risks and different safety factors involved as well. Yeah, we also do have a lot of harm reduction resources at the against the wall over there. One of our tables, we have some psychedelic integration circle contact information. We have some generalized harm reduction resources that Carolyn prepared, and then we also have some contact information for our local harm reduction org, the Safe Journey Sanctum, that provides peer support at events.
Psychedelic Alpha is a really good website, and they have this great graphic of all of the pharmaceutical psychedelic compounds coming down the pipeline. And I looked it up. I can't remember the name, but Teva just paid like $90 billion for an IV psilocybin that's going to last 45 minutes. So that's a good resource if you're curious about what's coming.
So we're going to have a lunch break until 1. We start back here at 1. So there's no programming. Feel free to visit the vendors, visit the food trucks, mingle and enjoy each other's company. And yeah, we'll be back here at 1. There are adaptogenic mocktails over there for sale, and we have Taco Cacao serving amazing. I just had one of their vegetarian tacos, and it was so good. And also Melt Box, which has ice cream. So if you're ready for a sweet treat on this beautiful, warm November day, find them out there. We'll see you back here at 1. All right, welcome back, everybody. I hope you had a nourishing lunch and you're feeling rejuvenated and rested and ready to dive back into a bunch more talks and workshops. We have in the workshop room starting now, Authentic Relating. If you've never heard of that, that is a chance to get to know people on a little bit deeper level, practice active listening and sharing. So it's a great way to network at a conference, to go pop into an Authentic Relating workshop for a bit. And then here we're about to start with, we're going to combine the next two. So the next two on the list were Ethan Thampy and Walter Disney, and they decided that they want to present together. So instead of 2 15 minutes, the next one's going to be a 30-minute combined talk. We have Ethan Thampy, who is a state and federal lobbyist working on investigational drug access, psychedelic therapy, and other emerging issues. We love to have Ethan in the state. He's done a lot to promote, the legal policy change around psychedelics here in the state of Missouri, which is pretty cool for, a Midwest state to be having that much advocacy on the political side of things. And then we have guest Walter Disney. The name of his talk was Medicine for Our Protectors, Medicine for Society. And Walter served 13 years on the U.S. Navy SEAL teams as an operator, medic, sniper. He's a native to Kansas City who has been practicing licensed clinical marriage, family therapist for 13 years. His interest is in the efficacy of psychedelics in relieving trauma in veterans, first responders, fire medic, and frontline medical personnel and their families. So we got a really interesting talk to kind of get the perspective of veterans and counseling and politics kind of all together. So we'll welcome Walter and Epen to the stage.
Is it on? Hello. Okay, good. Well, welcome. It's an honor to be here. I just want to let you guys know my name really is Walt Disney, so you're not tripping, okay? You may be, but it's still Walt Disney. All right. So it was a pleasure. Somebody texted me the agenda and said, hell yeah. And I thought I would see him here, and I don't see Bo here. So anyway, but I got to see somebody else, Jesse. He's the young man doing the art. I've known him since he was 7, which dates me. So you might be asking yourself, how can a middle-aged white guy from Korea be talking about psychedelics? Well, here's my journey, if we could hit the first slide. Yeah. So I grew up on the mean streets of Brookside, and the mean was inside the doors, okay? We'll get to trauma as we go along. But I remember being probably 9, 10, 11, spending summer afternoons in a baby blue leisure suit. Anybody know what a leisure suit is? It's pure polyester, just heavy weave, right? Watching my dad prosecute Michael Andretti. Great. Michael Andretti, who was the largest dealer of LSD in Kansas City at the time. And so that's the background that I come from. So what happened? So I left Kansas City, went to into the SEAL teams for 13 years, became a medic, sniper, instructor, and then went on my own little walkabout because they didn't have like trauma recovery in 2000 as much as they do now. Remember, it's prior to the global war on terror. And came back to Kansas City, met a girl, and now we have 4 kids and a grandson. You'll see that later. And then the doors just opened up as Providence would have it. You've all seen that in your life somewhere. Something presents itself and you can't not do it. So I walked through that door, and now I'm a clinical licensed marriage and family therapist. And I've started an organization called Camp David. You see the URL up there, www.camp-david.org. We are creating a community of defenders, healing each other, returning back to service. It's a very broad objective. Why am I talking about this is at a psychedelic, they wove us in together, okay, at a psychedelic conference. It's about the mind. For most people, if you ask them where's the mind, they go like this, but it's not, is it? It's not, it's our whole being. And when we engage this world, we engage people with a lot of BS. Belief systems, right? That drive their behaviors. And they put their BS in our wheelbarrow and try to convince us it's ours. Now, if that creates a fear, an overwhelming fear, terror, or helplessness around annihilation, death, mutilation, injury, separation, it's called attachment. We're herd animals. I don't know if you've known that, tribes, right? Loss of choice, or death of ego, which is competence, worth, and lovability. We have to have an ego. We have to know that we mean something in this life, okay? So trauma is a threat, and it shows up in the body. Which way do I point it? Okay. This is just a fun slide, is that not? Look at the complex activities of the mind within the brain, right? There is some differences in left and right. And if you all want this, none of this is proprietary to me. I'm happy to share it, right? So we look at all these things. Here is the big thing. We are either functioning out of love or fear. With love, we go and we give. Fear, we take and we hide. Why is this important, especially in the demographic I talk to? These are emotions. Emotions, from the Greek word emovare, they move us. Love moves us to go and give. Fear, take and hide. Follow that? So what is all this about? All of this is about psychedelics. And psychedelics help people move from fear to love. My biggest area for this is acute and post-traumatic stress, okay? This is the data from the Nolan Williams study. Anybody not familiar with this, I recommend looking this up. It came out of Stanford. 30 tier 1 operators with PTSD, TBI, associated suicidality. They did fMRIs before. They went and did the ibogaine treatment and with the 5-MeO DMT, and then they came back and did fMRIs as well as other surveys, self-report surveys. These are some of the most profound effects that our modern medicine has the capacity to have on humanity, period. The efficacy is double almost. You'll see that when we get into the end of life. But these are 83% efficacious. How can we not? But I've grown attached to this. There's many like it, but this one's not.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. What's your name? Nate. Give it up for Nate. And all you guys back there, really, thank you very much. So how can we not use this? Because in science, we need a big enough sample to be able to say, okay, we can rely on this. And we have enough knowledge of the challenges that might come, like with ibogaine, which is a big one we're talking about today. So with ibogaine, there's some cardiac challenges. We need to make sure we know how to protect people. In medicine, anybody know the phrase primum non nocere? First, do no harm, okay? We have to protect against that. That's why there's a pathway to this. So this is our organization, Camp David. Please share that with anybody who's a veteran, law enforcement, fire medic, or frontline medical, so we can help them and their families, okay? So the average citizen, that's most of you all, will experience 1.27 traumas in their life. Again, fear, terror, or helplessness with annihilation, mutilation, separation, loss of autonomy, or death of ego. Does this have a laser? It's okay. So in the military, there's a varied amount of data on this because everybody has a very unique military experience. Thank you. Fire and paramedic, 438 in a 20 to 25 year career. For police, 672. 672 dead bodies, crashes. I can tell you when I did paramedicine, I had a mother, from me to this woman, toss her blue baby toward me. That's traumatic. That's traumatic for them. But as paramedics, fire, police, they see that all the time. What does it do? You remember the first picture, the nervous system, the mind? It charges that with energy, and it creates what we call an allostatic load. So it's a buildup of all this trauma. There's a great book out there called The Body Keeps the Score by Dr. Bessel van der Kolk. If you haven't read it, it's a great foundational opus for this. So this is what we're dealing with, right? How do we help these humans mitigate this so they can be better humans in service of humans? Follow? That's what this is all about. And this is where, so this is end of life. It's just a jaunt into psychedelic assisted therapy where they use psilocybin for end of life. Very powerful. It's twice as efficacious you can see right here as SSRIs, except they're significantly decreased side effects. Me personally, I would rather treat somebody in a humane way with a psilocybin treatment than I would give them SSRIs. Okay, as a therapist, I try to stay away from them or coach people, wean them back into nature as much as I can. So, this is what's going on. We have people imprisoned in their own bodies. One of the greatest honors that I have is to walk with people into the caves of their souls and help them find parts of themselves that have been imprisoned and be their own heroes and bring them out and bring them back to life and become more complete human beings. And I've seen it and I've done it, and psychedelics can't be argued with when you look at the science, and that's why we're here. Okay, what does it help with? Remission of PTSD, remission of anxiety, depression, increased empathy, increased openness and creativity, and neuroplasticity. Why is neuroplasticity important? This is where it gets into the addiction recovery. So Ibogaine itself was being used for addiction treatment down in what I call South San Diego, Tijuana. Well, it's past Tijuana. It's between Tijuana and Rosarito. Beautiful place. I may or may not have been there myself. So neuroplasticity says, okay, we're going to get rid of that addiction. So opioid addiction with Ibogaine, 80% in one treatment. 80% healed, one treatment, opioid addiction. I don't know if you're familiar with the opioid addiction. It is incredible. It's like, right, heroin or any of the opioids in one treatment. How could we withhold that from humanity? How can we? With 2 treatments, there's 96% of the people are drug-free 1 year afterward, after 2 treatments. This is part of the neuroplasticity. So I want to tell you a story about the watch that I'm wearing. So you understood I was in the SEAL teams. In the SEAL teams, they used to issue these watches. Anybody familiar with the Tudor brand watch? Anybody? Anybody heard of Rolex? Okay. Raise your hands, come on, we're people here, right? So Tudor is like the little brother of Rolex. As a matter of fact, in the 60s, the Tudors still had the Rolex dials and backplate. So they used to issue them in the SEAL teams because they were dive watches. But then they would beat them up and eventually just go, okay, we can't fix this one, and throw it away. So I was in supply one day, and the supply officer said, this thing's beat, it's torn, you can't see through the window, I'm gonna write it off. He goes, hey Diz, you want it? And he tosses it to me. I'm like, yeah, sure. So I deployed to the Philippines. Some guy got it fixed for me, and it kind of ran. But we had these wonderful things called digital watches. Why would I want an analog with time and date when I can do stopwatches and countdowns and all kinds of things? So I just held on to it. When I started doing therapy, I was like, okay, where am I at in the hour? And okay, I'm quarter after, which means I'm near over my time. And anyway, I told a friend about it. He told a friend about it, and they got it fixed, okay? And they said this thing is worth about $8,000. So something beautiful and functional, they were just gonna throw it away. But in the right hands, it becomes this beautiful, unique, divine, irreplaceable masterpiece with a story behind it. And I wear it today. One of the other aspects about this is, can you see this right here? It's very hard in this light. This dial fell off and stopped it right at the second hand at 12 o'clock at 9:30 in the morning on Memorial Day. What do we celebrate on Memorial Day? Those who have given their lives for this country, which is all about the purpose of this watch. So even though it got fixed and repaired and restored, it had to go back into care again. And I tell this story to the people that I work with, and they go, oh, that's my story. That's why we do it. That's why we do it. But we have to do it right. Here's what I want to leave you with. I'm going to skip through real quickly. This is what we hope to do. But we have to do it with values and keep swimming Anybody remember that? Dory, keep swimming, keep, right? That's how we break the net. That's my grandson. That's why we have to do this. It's not just for veterans and law enforcement. What if we utilize this medicine for people who are incarcerated or at the end of their life or suffering from deep psychological torment? We need to get there, but the way we get there is by doing it through the organization our Constitution establishes, which is why we get into any EPIN and why we get into the political process. So I'm going to let him take it from here. I'll be around a little bit. Thank you for your attention. I hope it's blessed you.
It's always hard to follow Walt here, but I'll do my best. So, only got 15 minutes, so I'll try to cram in a lot of information here. So, we are kind of in a golden moment that we have, is really unique, and a lot of things are possible right now. We will see psilocybin rescheduled, I believe, in the next year. We have a lot of openness from the state and federal governments into authorizing access to these therapies, and a lot to look forward beyond that. So real quick, I'm going to start with stuff that's happening on the federal level and then talk about our plans for Missouri level activism next year. So right now, as you may be aware, the Trump administration is very interested, and I would even say very supportive of psychedelic therapy access, and that begins with begins with them hiring Robert Kennedy as Secretary of Health and Human Services, a cabinet level agency that oversees the FDA and National Institute on Drug Abuse and all the other agencies there, but. RFK, when he was running for president himself, he actually put out a statement saying that he would support decriminalization of ibogaine and psilocybin and all the classical psychedelics if elected. Well, he wasn't elected, but he is now certainly in a position to make a lot of changes. He even hired a gentleman named Matt Zorn as his deputy general counsel. Matt Zorn, if anyone knows that name, is the guy who has been suing the DEA and the federal government for about a decade on marijuana scheduling and psilocybin scheduling issues. And so it's like now you have the guy who has been fighting the hardest for this in the courts on the inside of the government, poised to make very significant changes for us. One of the lawsuits that Matt Zorn was involved in before he became part of the government was he was, I believe, one of the attorneys for my friend Dr. Sue Sisley, who is the lead clinical researcher in the United States on psychedelics and cannabis. And she had been fighting the federal government and on the ability to do trials, the ability to process botanical psychedelics for a long time. And I also want to mention my friend Dr. Sunil Agrawal. Dr. Agrawal is a Okie from Muskogee. He's an Indian-American guy from Muskogee, Oklahoma, who is arguably the foremost clinical researcher on psilocybin. A few years ago, he initiated a petition to the DEA to move psilocybin down to Schedule 2 and to use it then for individuals in end-of-life situations where, people who are dying may experience this existential terror and fear as they're passing, and so being able to bring them that peace and that acceptance of the end of their life is probably the most important thing in that moment. Well, anyway, Dr. Sunil's petition for psilocybin rescheduling to the DEA got approved by the DEA this summer, and it goes to RFK for his sign-off, and there's a little bit more of a bureaucratic process that's happening. But we fully anticipate, and the bureaucracy takes its time, but we fully anticipate that with DEA signing off on that petition, the rest of the bureaucratic chain should happen 6 months, maybe 8. It might take a little longer. There's a lot of bureaucratic complexity to the process for rescheduling a drug under the Controlled Substances Act. And, you know, there are a lot of other psychedelic drugs in clinical trial, some nearing the end of the clinical trial process, like Compass Pathways has their patented psilocybin molecule in phase 3, or almost done with phase 3 investigations and close to their application for rescheduling. 5-MeO-DMT is probably the psychedelic that's after psilocybin closest to rescheduling. So I look forward to all of that happening next year. So in Missouri, we are going to be doing a couple things next year. For the last 3 or 4 years, we've been pushing a bill to create a framework for botanical psilocybin access. The problem that we've had is that there's pharmaceutical interests who are trying to slow that down. They don't want to get out in front of it and say no botanical psilocybin, but they are saying let's do a study, let's slow this down. And the point obviously is to create space for their patented molecules before the botanical varieties are available for therapeutic use. How much time do I have? 10. Oh, great. So let's talk about ibogaine. Who here knows about ibogaine? Can I get a show of hands? Okay, so ibogaine is, like, you got the mushroom, you got your LSD, MDMA, you got your 5-MeO. Ibogaine is like the Mount Everest of psychedelics. It is a derivative of the root bark from a tree in West Africa, primarily the nation of Gabon. Human beings were supposed to have found out about its utility when they observed the behavior of elephants who ate the iboga fruit, and they did their own investigations. But ibogaine is like I said, it is the most powerful psychedelic therapy. There is the study that Walt just showed you from Dr. Nolan Williams at Stanford. The modality they were using for that therapy was ibogaine, that produced those 83% remission rates in traumatic brain injury, PTSD, and other co-occurring issues of suicidality that comes along with those conditions. So ibogaine, in the Bwiti spiritual tradition in West Africa, the root bark is usually consumed. Now in modern day clinics like Ambio or Mission Within in the Tijuana area, or Transcend Ibogaine or Beyond in Cancun, they use ibogaine hydrochloride, which is the derivative, the alkaloid derivative of that root bark. And depending on the dose and other parameters, the ibogaine experience can typically be between 12 and 24 hours. It can be longer. In the Bwiti spiritual tradition in West Africa, it is not uncommon to have a 3-day iboga trip. But who knows what the critical period is? Okay, so the critical period is the window that your brain has of neuroplasticity and neurogenesis after a psychedelic treatment. With psilocybin mushrooms or LSD or any of the classical psychedelics, this might be 6 hours of that neurogenesis and neuroplastic experience in your brain. It might be a day, it might be a couple days tops. With ibogaine, the critical period is 2 weeks. So this is 2 weeks of, and this is part of why that we have seen ibogaine be in some cases curative of a lot of conditions. But the Stanford study on TBI shows, in some cases, almost total remission of traumatic brain injury. These physically damaged brains, literally growing back together, and new neurons and new connections. It's really incredible. The most interesting thing about ibogaine has come to us from addiction therapy. So with opioid addiction, ibogaine does 3 things. Number 1, it blocks the opioid receptor in the body so you can exit someone without addiction. Number 2, it heals the neurochemical injury to your dopamine and serotonin systems that occurs after prolonged opioid exposure, right? So your dopamine and serotonin systems are dead essentially after prolonged opioid exposure, and the only way for your brain to produce more, to release more, is to do more opioids, right? So that takes usually a year and a half, 2 years of complete sobriety to heal itself. Well, ibogaine heals that neurochemical injury within 36 hours of an ibogaine treatment, right? So the cravings that kill you when you get withdrawal from, you can withdraw from opiates, that's fine, but then 6 months later you get the cravings and you're right back in. Those cravings go away when ibogaine heals the brain, right? And the third thing that ibogaine does for the addicted individual, and this is being talked about at the highest levels of government right now, is the reconnection of the human being to your inner divinity, right? The spiritual healing that happens, the ability to love yourself, to love others, to even receive and feel the love of the Creator, whoever you believe that may be. And it's that spiritual aspect of healing that is probably the most profound aspect of psychedelic therapy, and particularly ibogaine. And so I mentioned all this because I was with Alina. Where's Alina? Right there. So I was with Alina. She's a firefighter from Columbia, Missouri. We were in Aspen, Colorado this past weekend at the second Americans for Ibogaine conference. So you may know that Texas this year has put in $15 million into ibogaine clinical research to expedite this therapy through the FDA and bring it to market in the United States. Arizona has followed with a $5 million allocation of its own and a further $5 million private match. But this is going to be probably the most significant effort that we undertake in Missouri and Jefferson City this next year, right? So, since we have been back from Aspen, we have met with Governor Kehoe. We have been circulating with all of our networks, our friends in St. Louis, our friends in Springfield and Cape Girardeau and in Columbia and Chillicothe. And I will make sure that Christine and Dale have information to push out to you all as the legislative year gets underway in January. Because we are going to need those of you who are knowledgeable and informed and are able to advocate for specifically ibogaine therapy, or in general for psychedelic therapy. We need to help funnel that interest and that advocacy to the decision makers, to the governor, to the members of the Missouri General Assembly, to our congressional delegation, to our U.S. senators. And I can tell you, the time is now. We don't know what the next administration will bring. I'm not going to engage in discussions of other political currents and trends, but for psychedelic access and the expansion of research and the expansion of moving all these drugs that Congress criminalized in 1970 into the realm of being able to prescribe them and make them accessible not just in the formal clinical sense that we're used to, but creating the facilities and the protocols to really do this right. The time is now. So I'm very grateful to all of you for your presence and your ability. And, okay, so if you go to the psychedelicmissouri.com website, put your email in, put your information in, that's, that's the way that list is an explicitly political list. Our goal is explicitly political. We assume that groups like the Psychedelic Society of Kansas City or the Ozarks are doing the work of reaching out into the community and doing the outreach and so forth. And then we want to take that interest, those awakened people, those people who are connected and willing to speak. We want to bring you to Jefferson City. We want to create those avenues of political communication that are necessary. Any questions? Alina, how much time do you have? Alina, you want to come up real quick? So I just want to invite Alina up here and have her just share a little bit of what happened in Aspen, Colorado this weekend, since we got a couple of minutes.
Hi, everyone. We definitely made history in Aspen, and the momentum is definitely here. This will require anyone who really wants to get involved to carry this forward, because the reality is we have an opportunity to make this real. We really, really do. And it's up to us, all of us, to get the momentum going. So Aspen was remarkable. There was researchers, there was scientists, all kinds of really high up people. There was ambassadors from Gabon. There was a representative speaking about Iboga and how important it is to have reciprocity with the indigenous who have been working with this plant. So that way, it's not like going in and taking advantage of Africa again. This is a multi-dimensional chess that we will be playing, right? It's spiritual, it's political. I don't know what the other two things that Brian said, but Brian is a remarkable man. And we have a whole umbrella of Americans for Ibogaine to go to get help, so we don't have to recreate the wheel. We literally have the tools to do this, and we need your help. If you believe in this, really believe in this, if you want to save lives, if you want to literally create the example for the rest of the world, we need you. And I say this from the bottom of my heart. We need all of you, and we need your prayers, because whenever this goes through, this is a spiritual war. We are in a spiritual war, and you are here for a reason. So that's my little moment here. I just want you to know that every single one of you plays a role here, plays a part, and we need you.
Thank you all, and thank you to Walt for your work. And Christine?
Thank you, Epen, Walt, and Alina. That was great. All right. I believe the next thing going on in the workshop space is a cacao ceremony with Rukmani Kaur. That'll be sweet. And then here, we're going to have Elizabeth Jane Oates, setting, and salad. Why nutrition matters in psychedelic work. So we just are coming back from lunch. We probably have some nice tacos and quesadillas and maybe some ice cream in our bellies. And what do we do before we go into a psychedelic journey? Elizabeth J.O. is a dynamic, holistic dietitian, nutritionist, and change coach with 15 years of clinical experience. A graduate of Bastyr University, Elizabeth has immersed herself in the study of human behavior, psychology, coaching, yoga, flow states, herbal science, and mindful-based therapies. She's the author of Breaking Emotional Addiction, Neurohacking BPD with Ibogaine, which chronicles her personal healing journey. Elizabeth co-founded Altered States Integration, she's got a table over there, to make compassionate support for processing non-ordinary states of consciousness, made more acceptable through online support groups and individual coaching. She is growing the next wave of psychedelic leaders through the workshop Start to Finish DIY Psychedelic Integration Circle, where she teaches others to create ethical peer support groups. As co-director of the Psychedelic Society of Texas, Elizabeth is building a conscientious psychedelic community through education, integration, and harm reduction. She also volunteers at festivals, providing psychedelic first aid with Nest, Zendo Project, Harmonia, and other sanctuary spaces, reflecting her passion for destigmatizing challenging psychological and emotional states, whether they arise from substances or circumstances. Her current passion is to integrate medical nutrition therapy with psychedelic treatment for addiction, recovery, emotional eating, and other mental health struggles. So welcome Elizabeth Jane Oates to the stage.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Welcome everybody. Who's feeling a little tired from lunch? You know, they put my talk after lunch so that we don't have to talk about food before you've had a chance to eat. But I want to invite everybody, if you're staying and sitting, to maybe take a moment to maybe just stand up for a second. You've been sitting for about 30, 45 minutes since you sat down for lunch, and just maybe shake it about, maybe look behind you, maybe up into the corners of the room, maybe down at your feet. just get into our bodies a little bit, but get that circulation going so we can get the most out of this moment. Thank you. You're welcome to have a seat. You're, of course, welcome to continue to stand. So this is me. You heard some of my bio. I think it's to say mostly that I want you to know that I've done a lot of things. In this space, the only thing that I don't do is give people substances. But I've probably sat for people at over 50 festivals who are having difficult psychedelic experiences. So I definitely understand the full spectrum of the space, but I've decided to stay in the legal space in my state and give coaching and education the due that it's meant to have. Has everyone heard the ayahuasca expression? Everybody wants to do ayahuasca, but nobody wants to do the dishes? Yeah, right? So everybody wants to do the popular thing. So let's talk about maybe what's less popular, which is the long-term lifestyle changes that we're really trying to accomplish from doing psychedelics. Next slide. Okay, so we're going to talk about food today. We're going to talk about deficiencies. We're going to talk about lifestyle. But I want to just give you a spoiler alert that dietitians are science, strategy, and snacks. So yes, please, snacks, right? I think it's really important to realize that dietitians work on a whole range of opportunities within lifestyle, not just, hey, you shouldn't eat this or shouldn't eat that. The field of dietitians has really changed in the 15 years I've been involved, and I would say most people coming into the field want to be holistic. They want to think about the earth. They want to have that connection, which I think it has very common crossover with the psychedelic space. People who want earth medicine and who want to be involved in the world around us. So food and mood, like who knows that they get hangry? How many people in here have ever gotten hangry? Okay, yeah, right? I see heads shaking. Everybody gets hangry. So it's very obvious that food is important for how we feel. And that can come from everything from infrequent meals. It can be meal composition, low protein, high carbohydrates. It makes us feel yucky. And not everybody has the skills or the know-how to deal with these problems. Low omega-3s, dehydration. I think this is a really interesting, underutilized aspect of our space, but people who are chronically dehydrated actually have much higher inflammation. Inflammation affects our brain, it affects how we think, our energy levels, etc. And in an extreme sense, dehydration actually can cause hallucinations. One of the more interesting cases that I sat for in Costa Rica years ago was a guest who was recovering from the medical space because of dehydration, and he had profound hallucinations. So I'm not suggesting that you go out and get dehydrated so that you can get a trip. I mean, we have mushrooms for that. We have easier ways of doing that. But just to recognize that these things have a profound effect on us even before we feel it. Okay, so just because we don't feel it in our bodies, in our disconnected bodies, in our mind states that we're walking around in the world where we're asked to be intellectual all day, doesn't mean that our body isn't feeling the side effects. We're going to talk about medication pressures. Medication really changes how we feel. There's so many medications out there that we're like, oh, they're safe, it does this thing to us, it helps our heart. But we don't actually understand the physiological effect that people have in their body and how it may shift them towards an inconsistent mood, low energy level, difficulty to initiate tasks, right? It's really hard when you don't feel up to your best to make lifestyle changes. And then we have comorbidities, and I'm going to go into this a little bit more deeply in a moment. Comorbidities are things where these are known deficiencies, known problems with diet or with blood levels of certain nutrients that people have. They're walking around every day. You're like walking, talking. You're like, hey, you could be deficient in, thiamine, and nobody's going to know. You can't walk up to somebody necessarily and like look them in the eye. Well, there is some science to that as well, but at the same time, most people aren't going to know that. So thinking about what's common.
So we're going to talk about that too. So I'm not going to go extensively through this handout, but what I want you to notice is that for all of these profound deficiencies, and that's what they're talking about here, profound deficiencies, B12, cognitive decline, yeah, I hear people complain about that, memory issues, anxiety, impaired memory, all of these. I remember being in school when I was in college and struggling from my own mental health journeys and thinking, damn, all these deficiencies cause us to feel bad. How do I know if I have a deficiency or if I'm feeling bad? What's what, right? So I think that it's important to understand that there are so many pressures from a nutritional standpoint on people having mental health problems and struggles, and we can't take those things away and expect people to heal. Just because they're had a profound experience doesn't mean their biology just comes into place. We don't magically spirit thiamine into your body just because you did ayahuasca. Now, you might feel like eating better after you did ayahuasca, but it doesn't change your biology on that level. So, nutrition deficiencies, you are what you eat. I'm not going to go through every single one of these. I apologize. This is a bridge talk that I do. And so I'm just going to go through some of these really quickly and surface level. But, you know, common mental health conditions have an associated nutrition deficiency. We know people that have depression have a magnesium deficiency like 80% of the time. So why aren't we addressing that, right? So why aren't we thinking about how people eat as a way of helping them heal? Things that also come into play here are the foods that people choose to eat. So a big part of this population in the research is moving towards people with eating disorders. This is an extremely vulnerable population that really does need people to address the underlying vitamin deficiencies and nutrition deficiencies that they have in order for them to be healthy. Again, you're not going to be happy if your body feels bad or you can't make neurotransmitters. This can also come in forms of neurodivergence, where people have sensory issues with food, so they might not eat certain foods. They also might be averse to certain textures. There's even trauma around people and textures in the neurodivergent space. So to understand that, you have somebody coming in. This is your scenario. You're a clinician or you're an ayahuasquera, and you have a guest coming in and they tell you that they have neurodivergence and they're not eating the full range of food. So you can already guess that there might be an entire category of foods with B vitamins that they're not getting, that they're going to need to supplement. But the other part of this is that when you bring them to your retreat center and you're like, here, eat this really cool diet, and it's like delicious, and it's like local, and it's fresh, and it's pineapple, and it's sprouts, and somebody's juicing beets, is that they may actually have trauma around the food that they eat. Now, if you don't have that trauma, it's really hard to understand that it's still equally the same amount of trauma as if you were to have crime against you or you were to have a sexual assault, right? Part about being trauma-informed is to understand that all trauma counts the same to the person who has it, right? Being trauma-informed around food is part of that. Substance use or recovery, we know that people who use alcohol for long periods of time are depleted in B vitamins. We also know that they have poor digestion. How does that work, right? What does that have to do with what they're doing? I'm going to tell you more about that in a minute. We need to think about side effects of medications. I don't know if you're aware, but SSRIs affect the way that we digest food and the way that your digestion works. So it actually decreases your digestive abilities to be on SSRIs. So you absorb less of your nutrition. So you can know that these people have these problems coming in the door. And then we have things like IBS. We have long-term food insecurity. Sometimes people can't afford the care they're getting. They can't afford food either. And then this last thing, this is just everybody. This is the SAD diet, standard American diet. This is some dietitian lingo here. But ultra-processed foods, depletion in the soil, like I hope you're just starting to see that we've kind of already set ourselves up for these nutrition deficiencies. So let's look a little closer. So, I think I might be on the right slide. Okay, yeah, we're there. I'm just going to go through a few of these that I really want you to take home with you to understand where we're looking at these different problems. So when we're looking at depression and anxiety, we know that people have B vitamin deficiencies. That's B6, B9, B12. And this is important for methylation, neurotransmitter synthesis of things like serotonin, dopamine, and GABA. And this is also important for energy synthesis. So a very classic thing that maybe many of us know about is that we get B12 shots and we get energy. So when you are in an alcoholic state and your stomach is receiving alcohol all the time, it decreases your ability to actually change over B12 from the form that it comes in food into the form that we use. So people don't have energy because they don't have B12, which makes the cell, makes ATP, and makes the cell work and run. So your powerhouse literally doesn't have the nutrition it needs. And you know, this is something that you can recommend to your clients. Magnesium is also important for mental health. It helps a lot with insomnia. People who have magnesium deficiencies don't sleep very well. And then vitamin D. Does anybody know where we are on the map? Are we above or below 40 degrees latitude? Below? But a little bit, right? We're close to it. So we're at 38. Great. Perfect. So same as Denver, yeah? Vitamin D. So we make vitamin D not from the milk that you drink, even though it has it on the cap. I know it says vitamin D milk on it. Vitamin D is produced through sunlight hitting our skin. And when we are here above this range in the wintertime, depending on how north you are, from about the time a month before to a month after solstice, the rays of the sun come through the atmosphere at this really long slant, and it doesn't actually stimulate vitamin D production in your arms. So if you live in this region, you probably need vitamin D for part of the year. We do store some, but it's not something that sticks around for a long time. So if your clients come from farther north, or as many of us have office jobs and never go outside and see the sun for months on end, then there is a vitamin D deficiency that is present. Now, why that's important has to do with how vitamin D works in our brain. It's very important for modulating inflammation and serotonin. And it's very related to seasonal affective disorder. So people know that, right? They're like, oh, I don't feel good, I get sad, right? Seasonal affective disorder in the wintertime, and your doctor will tell you to take vitamin D. But you work in an office building all year and you don't go outside in the sun, or maybe you have a third shift work, right? So you only go outside at night, then you might also have a vitamin D deficiency. So thiamine, I think that this is one of the ones that I really want people to think about. So thiamine is a vitamin that's deficient in people who have not been eating well, and specifically people, again, with substance abuse disorder. And what happens when you have a thiamine deficiency is that once you start to eat, your body uses up all the thiamine that you have in your body, and then the deficiency of that causes what we call refeeding syndrome in the hospital. Now, we want to think that this is a profound deficiency, that somebody's malnourished. We see them walk in, they're emaciated, they got hollowing of the temples, they have hollowing around the collarbone, they look wasted. But this can happen with people who are overweight and haven't eaten in 5 days in the hospital. In fact, we have protocols for it that when I, as a dietitian, make a recommendation for food or IV nutrition or tube feedings, that we give people thiamine for 5 to 10 days in order to prevent this. And they can actually have cardiac risk. So a thiamine deficiency with refeeding, so I think the scenario in psychedelics is you have somebody come to your retreat center. They've been using until very recently, They haven't been eating well. Maybe they still don't have an appetite. So maybe they haven't used in a week. But maybe they've eaten very little in the week before they came. Now they're at your retreat center, they're eating tons of food, they feel better, they like the glucose, it feels good, they're smiling, they're happy. And within a short period of time of 24 hours, they can actually go into congestive heart failure. So I don't know that this is happening often, but it is a risk that's there that we should be assessing for as we're bringing people into these places, and not just say, I can give them good food, they're going to be okay. That there's real life consequences for the behaviors that have brought them there in the first place. Over here, I just want to recognize that neurodiversity is not a disorder. There are neurotypes. However, with these neurotypes come differences in sensory processing that often cause people to avoid certain foods. One of the most common deficiencies is iron deficiency in this population, especially with autism. This is something that we see a lot and have to treat because people don't like certain foods, so they avoid them, and then they have a deficiency. Has anybody in here ever had an iron deficiency? Yeah. How do you feel when you have an iron deficiency? Like a slug. You're like, everything is hard. It's like you're swimming through soup, okay? So does somebody have a deficiency or do they have depression? I think that's what I want you to come away with from here. They probably have both, right? This is what I call the mutually reinforcing cycle of nutrition and mental health. And I think mental health has a lot of different cycles. I teach a lot of cycle type patterns to my clients. So when you have a mental health problem, you have certain behaviors. You don't get up on time. You don't feel like cooking something. You drag your way through the day. You might finally put something in your mouth. And then you're going to start to develop a deficiency. And then it's biochemical. And then it's causing you to feel bad. So this is a chicken and egg argument. I'm not telling you which part you start in. I'm just saying that it's self-limiting. So I think that there is an idea in the psychedelic space that the psychedelic does all the work. And the work happens afterwards, right? This right up here. Yeah, integration is part of that, right? We have to integrate it, but part of it is integrating healthy lifestyle behaviors. That could be quitting smoking, that could be exercising, that could be diet. But we have to initiate those things long term in order to support our biological body that we're in and our spiritual healing, right? Spiritual healing is an important part of what we're doing, and so is the biology that supports that spiritual body. So I'm going to go a little more quick through this next part because I feel like it's a little, it could be a little bit deeper. But within psychedelics, there's this digestion, absorption, detoxification. And if you are giving people medicine, you should understand your route of administration. And if it goes through the GI tract, then you need to be thinking about things like maldigestion, how people can't break things down. There's an entire system of how psilocybin becomes psilocin in the gut. It's dephosphorylated. And if you have a zinc deficiency, you can't dephosphorylate, or you can't do it rapidly. So that's where you have people who failure to launch, or it takes them a long time to launch. The thing that's interesting here is that they did some recent studies on IBS, okay, irritable bowel syndrome. They found that 60% of people with irritable bowel syndrome surveyed in this large study had significant capital T trauma. So that means that the people coming into your space are going to have these comorbidities coming into the space, and we need to address them. It's something that I think is really interesting is the slow gastric emptying with GLPs, okay? Some of you may have started to see this where people aren't digesting, the stomach isn't emptying its contents, they're not absorbing their substances that you gave them, right? Or they go into vomiting because that's what happens when you put things into their stomach. So just some things to really keep on your radar. Again, the absorption is an important part of this. Liver function, coming back to detox pathways. So this is part of the nutrition pathway. The liver's right here, it hangs out. It puts things into your digestive tract via the gallbladder. So the detox pathway, P450, there's food that affects that. Are you serving wonderful tropical fruit at your retreat center? Well, you know, grapefruit's delicious, but it also affects people's ability to detox, okay? Their medications as well as their substances. So nutrition is integration. Excuse me, my sweaty palms aren't letting me get to my notes here. Integration is the ongoing process of translating insights and experiences from altered states into meaningful, sustainable changes in everyday lives. Sustainable changes in everyday lives. That's behavior change, that's lifestyle, that's what time you get up, it's what time you go to bed, it's how you take care of your body. It's exercising or movement. When we pair nutrition and integration together, we're giving somebody the real life tools to make the changes that they always wanted, right? Desire is not enough to get people there. In my 15 years of traveling all over the country, working at over 23 medical facilities, clinics, and other types of nutrition jobs, I can tell you that medicine is really varied, but the one thing that it does all the time is not promote behavior change through individual guidance. Telling somebody what to do is not coaching. It's not helpful, and in fact, it can be really shaming. Many of the people that I see as clients in the nutrition space have not been able to make changes even though they know what it is. I ask people all the time, tell me what a healthy diet is. They list the things off. They know what it is. They know what they're not doing. They've been told by their doctor for years. And so this is why nutrition and nutritionists and other medical professionals are important, because we have the skills to help people go from information to real life change. If you are studying something outside of your field or you're a guide, I really highly recommend that you work on learning what's called motivational interviewing. This is one of the main coaching tools that dietitians learn, and it really does help people make choices and change what they're doing. And it takes time, it takes patience. And I think that, you know, dietitians are really privileged to have these different pieces of education. We're trained in botany and biology and behavior change and how to make a good smoothie in our kitchens. And with that, we're really in a place where we can meet people where they're at with the specific change that they want. So whether we're addressing gut health or we're addressing you know, maybe they're trying to quit smoking. Maybe they're just trying to go for a walk every day. There's a lot of things that dietitians can do to help people out. So we have things like nutrition is just a form of integration, right? Dietitians can help people who have food trauma with a trauma-informed approach, right? Who understand that people have difficulty and shame around the ability to make changes in their lifestyle. Dietitians are having a body positive effect for people, right? Every body is worth being in a body for, right? Client-centered recommendations, it's great. Fad diets are wonderful. I think it's really interesting how people have been able to like move into a type of diet lifestyle that fits what their body is and experiment with that. However, we want to make sure that the recommendations we're making for people work for them, not because it's our ideology. And one thing that's really cool about dietitians, I get to see my clients 10 to 20 times in a year. How many people get to follow their clients that often? I see mine weekly, right? So really encouraging you to use our profession as a place to support you. Now, things to think about, why would you refer out? Why do you want to look at nutrition professionals. Malnutrition screening. If you suspect somebody has had long-term addiction, they probably need to be checked for malnutrition. We want to think about risk assessment so that they're going to be the most successful that they can be at your clinic or treatment center or retreat. Thinking about dietas. This is something that I'm seeing more and more with people that I talk to about nutrition and psychedelics together, is people who get the list of things for a dieta that they're supposed to do, and they become more disordered in their eating. Okay? They are people who have restrictive eating for one reason or another. They don't have nutrition literacy, and then someone tells them to take all these other things out, and they don't know what to replace them with. This is also really common with people who are diabetic, is that like now they're on some other restriction is causing them to have blood sugar spikes or like, you know, drops, and that can't be healthy or feel healthy. So I think one of the places that I've really worked with some of my clients is to help them figure out what does a dieta mean to them? What is required for the medicine to work biologically, and what are they fasting from? For some people, just keeping your blood sugars in check and eating in a way that is a consistent carb diet is fasting. It is giving something up, right? Some of us, it's an act of God to give up caffeine. For other people, eating breakfast is an act of God. And I think it's amazing when they see what the result is, but it's a hard behavior change if you're not already doing it. We want to reduce chronic inflammation. The brain can get inflamed. It's going to make you feel bad. Makes everything go wonky. It's why our skin is wonky. We want to also identify disordered eating patterns. So if you have people that are coming in and you start to notice a lot of conversation about food, maybe it's something that they're really stuck on. They're really stuck on how you make food in the kitchen, things like that. It could be important for them to seek a professional who can start to unwind those things in a professional and trauma-informed space for them that's safe. Because these things can affect people long term, and this is where shame hides. Improved digestion. Who here knows about the gut microbiome? Okay, these are your gut monkeys. They're your pets. You should take care of them. There are literally more microorganisms living in your gut than cells that we have in our entire body. Okay? So remember that this is an important thing for us to address for absorption so that people can get those nutrients. So when they come to your retreat center and they eat wonderful for 5 days and they feel good, that's not enough. Most replenishing for nutrition deficiencies takes up to 3 to 6 months, okay, with supplementation, high dose supplementation. So some general recommendations real quick, just what I can tell you that I would encourage you to move towards. Whole foods, plant-based diet, that doesn't mean no meat, it just means plant-forward diet. Small, frequent meals. Making sure that people get plenty of protein in the morning. This is especially mental health, ADHD, autism, depression, all of that. Mediterranean diet's a good go-to if you don't know anything about food. Avoiding ultra-processed food. People who eat these live less long. We know that, there's big studies. Avoiding P450 food, inhibiting foods, probiotics, fermentation, and then referring to a dietitian. You don't know what you don't know, reach out. That's what we're here for. Ask questions, learn more. I want to thank you all for coming and leave you with this, this quote from myself. I can't tell you that a healthy diet will solve your problems. But what I can tell you is that without a healthy diet, it's going to be exponentially harder. So I have some citations if you're interested. And then, of course, I want you to go ahead and use this code. Like I said, this is a much longer talk. If you use this code, I'm doing a talk in a month, the same talk, but it's going to be like an hour and a half to 2 hours. And so you'll get a lot more about the nutrition-specific recommendations, the vitamin deficiencies that we see that you might want to check out. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Elizabeth Jane Oates. That was great. We're going to actually have a little break on this stage for about 15 minutes. So feel free to visit all our vendor booths and see what they have to offer. Step outside, visit our food truck is still here, get some sunshine, and then we're going to start back up at 2:20. And when we come back, we're going to have Matthew Taylor. It's going to be a nice science-y one to dive into mechanism of action and exploration of known potential medical value for psychedelics. So mechanism of action, how it works in the brain. So we get to kind of nerd out on that. But we'll have a little break to just digest and integrate for a minute. We'll come back at 2:20. back in the mind room in about 3 minutes. All right, well, I think we're back. We're going to get started with our next round of talks. We've got 2 talks, and then we'll do another break. But these are going to be some heady ones, so get ready. We've got Matthew Taylor coming to the stage, joining us from Springfield, Psychedelic Society of the Ozarks crew. And his talk is Psychedelics and Their Mechanism of Action, and an exploration of known potential medical value. Matthew Taylor has spent years researching the mechanisms of action in individual psychedelic compounds and derived their potential medicinal value through comparing them to compounds that bind the same protein structures in similar ways. Everything he references comes from scientific literature found predominantly on PubMed. Welcome to the stage, Matthew Taylor.
Thank you. Could you pass these out to people? Sure. Little handouts. I just hit that button, or?
Yeah, I should
just that one. Oh, okay. Oh, it's a little hard to see. Okay. I became interested in learning how psychedelics worked when they helped me quit drinking alcohol and quit smoking cigarettes. They've only been beneficial in my life, and I've seen them help, benefit a lot of other people as well. Oh, there, come on. Yeah, there we go. All right, back there. So, it appears psychedelics may help with a multitude of problems, such as depression, addiction, migraines, traumatic brain injury, phantom limb pain, Parkinson's, Alzheimer's, Huntington's disease, multiple sclerosis, ALS, stroke, anxiety, and many other things too. Oh, there we go. All right. A wonderful starting point for my research has been a paper called Psychedelics in the Human Receptorome. They assigned 25 drugs for this study against 51 receptors, transporters, ion channels, and collected information about 10 of the compounds shown at the top of the page from previously done experiments. I've summarized and compiled a lot of the information found in the research paper and given it to you on the handout you've received. A lot of the potential medicinal value we'll explore stems from understanding how these things work. Lots of psychedelic compounds are similar in structure to serotonin, which is also known as 5-hydroxytryptamine. I always thought that the term tripping to describe experience might have come from these things being tryptamine structures, but apparently it's just a coincidence. Okay, are we able to play this little video on here? I found a good video to visualize how drugs interact between transporters and receptor sites found on cells. Or it was on the previous one, yeah. The drug in the video is methamphetamine, which is not a psychedelic, but after watching the video, we'll explore how methamphetamine creates deficits in the body and how psychedelics could potentially mimic what people are missing while trying to come off of methamphetamine. Is there any sound? Or
number of brain structures that control and regulate our ability to feel
might
pleasure.
start it from the beginning.
Feeling pleasure motivates us to repeat behaviors. When the reward circuit is activated, deep within the brain is a set of structures called the limbic system. The limbic system contains the brain's reward circuit, or pathway. The reward circuit links together a number of brain structures that control and regulate our ability to feel pleasure. Feeling pleasure motivates us to repeat behaviors. When the reward circuit is activated, each individual cell in the circuit relays electrical and chemical signals. The small gap between the sending and receiving cells is called the synapse. In the reward circuit, dopamine neurons release the neurotransmitter dopamine. The released dopamine molecules travel across the synapse and link up with proteins called dopamine receptors on the surface of the receiving cell. When dopamine binds to the exterior of the dopamine receptor, this causes proteins attached to the interior part of the receptors to carry the signal onward within the cell. Some dopamine molecules re-enter the sending cell via dopamine transporters and can be re-released. When a reward is encountered, the presynaptic cell releases a larger amount of dopamine in a sudden burst. Dopamine transporters will then quickly remove the excess. Dopamine surges in response to natural rewards help the brain learn and adapt to a complex world. However, drugs are able to hijack this process, contributing to unhealthy behaviors and consequences. When someone first uses methamphetamine, the drug quickly enters the brain. At low doses, meth blocks the re-entry of dopamine into the presynaptic cell, just like cocaine does. But unlike cocaine, higher doses of meth can increase the release of dopamine from the cell, leading to much, much more dopamine in the synapse, where it becomes trapped since meth prevents the transporters from removing it. Because so much dopamine remains in the synapse for such long periods of time, the postsynaptic cell is activated to dangerously high levels, causing the user to experience powerful feelings of euphoria, making meth incredibly addictive.
It's about time, right? We're almost 40 years into the epidemic.
Yeah, we can go back to the PowerPoint. Yep. Okay. All right, so it's not just the reward that makes methamphetamine addictive, it's also the deficits that it creates in the body. On the video, when it was blocking dopamine from re-entering the sending cell, it was acting as what's known as a dopamine reuptake inhibitor. Reuptake inhibitors bind to the transporters and stop them from modulating the levels of neurotransmitters in the synapse and in the sending cell. It's been established that long-term use of selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors and dopamine reuptake inhibitors can cause depletions as large as 95% in levels of serotonin and dopamine. Methamphetamine has also been shown to be a serotonin reuptake inhibitor as well as a dopamine reuptake inhibitor. The first way that doctors try to treat depression today is to give patients selective serotonin reuptake inhibitors. I think it's interesting that these types of drugs share a mechanism of action with cocaine and methamphetamine. Abruptly stopping an SSRI can lead to a syndrome known as antidepressant discontinuation syndrome. People are basically trying to function with a lot less serotonin binding to the receptors, so it causes a lot of issues. A potential way to make up for those low levels without creating a new addiction could be to use LSD. When we look at its mechanisms of action, we see that it is very good at mimicking serotonin and dopamine without binding to either transporter as a reuptake inhibitor. It binds to 11 out of 14 serotonin receptor sites and 5 out of 5 dopamine receptor sites. Before psychedelics were made illegal, people were trying to use them to treat mood disorders and alcohol dependency. Another potential use for LSD can be found when looking at what is happening with people with Parkinson's. They have lowered levels of dopamine. The current treatment for Parkinson's is L-Dopa, which the body turns into dopamine. Even a government website lists dopamine agonists as a treatment for Parkinson's. LSD is a serotonin receptor site agonist and a dopamine receptor site agonist. When looking to treat inflammation, people are typically either given NSAIDs, steroids, or biologics. It appears that some psychedelics may represent a fourth type of anti-inflammatory drug. DMT binds to a receptor site called sigma-1, and it's been shown to have an immunomodulating response. Ibogaine also binds to sigma-1 in the same way. Dysfunction at the sigma-1 receptor site is associated with several neurological problems, which we'll delve into. The sigma-1 receptor is what's called a chaperone protein. It's located in the endoplasmic reticulum, and it helps fold proteins that are misfolded initially when they're created. Back in 1998, researchers found that sigma-1 receptor site agonists helped reduce the symptoms of amnesia in mice. Another study showed that sigma-1 receptor agonists reduced neuroinflammation. It appears that they might also be used to treat depression. There's evidence found that in the early stages of people diagnosed with Parkinson's that giving them sigma-1 receptor site agonists slowed down the progression of the disease. They were shown to have neuroprotective effects in animal models when researchers were studying Alzheimer's, ALS, and stroke. They were also shown to have neuroregenerative effects. As you can tell by looking at the handout I've given you, lots of psychedelics bind to a bunch of serotonin receptor sites. We already have treatments for anxiety that bind to the 5-HT1A receptor site, and several psychedelics bind to that as well. We have some drugs called triptans, like sumatriptan, that are prescribed for acute migraine episodes. Those drugs work by binding to 2 different serotonin receptor sites. It makes sense that people get headaches as a symptom when they're withdrawing from things like methamphetamine because of the low levels of serotonin binding to those receptor sites. Several psychedelics bind to those same receptors and could potentially act as anti-migraine agents. When a person's arm or leg gets amputated, it often leads the person experiencing what's called phantom limb pain. A form of therapy uses what's called a mirror box. A patient inserts a whole limb into one of the holes in the box, and when viewed from an angle, an image of 2 complete limbs is created in the brain. This causes an increase in neuroplasticity in the brain and can help reduce the pain that the person feels in their missing limb. In a case study, it was paired with psilocybin, which has also been shown to increase neuroplasticity, and it helped completely eliminate the feeling of phantom pain that the patient had. I wanted to end with a few interesting bits of knowledge. The primary receptor site associated with hallucinations is the serotonin receptor site called 5-HT2A. Schizophrenia is associated with over 100 genetic mutations, and the genes associated with that receptor site is one of them. One of the types of drugs prescribed for psychosis are 5-HT2A antagonists or blockers. I think there's room for improvement in the MDMA trials that are being done. Back in 2013, a research paper found that ginger could reduce the neurotoxicity of MDMA. I guess MDMA increases some caspase enzyme activities, and they lead to oxidative stress, and taking ginger beforehand prevented that from happening. On the handout I gave you, there's some psychedelics that bind to the transporter for serotonin. DMT binds to the transporter for serotonin, but it's as a substrate that causes the release of more serotonin and not as a serotonin reuptake inhibitor. Psychedelics in the human receptorome found that psilocybin and 5-MeO-DMT still bound to that site, but they did it at a very low binding affinity, which at certain points were shown to cause a noticeable physical change. Tolerance also happens pretty rapidly with psychedelics, so people often take breaks from them. Ibogaine is really interesting, and I don't have much time to go into it, but it's also typically administered in one setting or given to people in low dosages for a couple of weeks, and then they receive one large dose. So it's unlikely that people will receive the compound for long-term use, and it's actually a little different than other reuptake inhibitors. It's pretty unique and interesting. Thanks for listening to my presentation. I'll have a piece of paper over here that if you want to write down your email, I'm down to send you the PowerPoint presentation and the bibliography that comes with it. So, let's see. Huh? Oh, sure.
So why are all these things Schedule 1?
Oh, no, I know. And like all this literature on PubMed, like that, people have, double-checked it and stuff like that, and it's still stood for years. Like, I guess we're in FDA trials for a bunch of things, and they're trying specific things for medicinal value, and they might have a lot of, off-prescription use, I guess, or like, no, it doesn't make sense to me either, but.
Matt, just wanted to respond to that gentleman's question. The reason why all these drugs are in Schedule 1 is because President Richard Nixon hated hippies, blacks, and Jews, and Congress did his bidding in 1970.
Oh, yeah. Yeah. And we were also making like SSRIs around then too, and those became like the main prescription, and we knew that they were addictive and created dependency, and if you're a pharmaceutical company, you probably want to create a lifelong customer that's dependent on your product than actually healing what the issue is with just a one-time thing.
So since the research and the data is clear, and say they
legally changed the schedule on these, on psilocybin and different things we have access to, what do you see being the model that you think would work for people to have access, like through their medical providers, through communities? Like, what do you see working?
I mean, like, just where I live, I know that there's a lot, people have to wait months even just to see a psychologist or a psychiatrist. Like, I think the system would be overwhelmed with the potential demand. I think ideally we could probably create like a certification program for people that don't necessarily have all these degrees and everything, but they just have enough access to information to make sure that, you know, people were receiving, you know, things in a safe setting. And you know, I think also with like genetic testing, we like apparently when these drugs bind to certain receptors where the person has like a genetic single nucleotide polymorphism, that can affect like the strength of the reaction to them. Like some things will bind to the 5-HT2A, and if a person has one of these SNPs, it could be even like 7 times as more potent. So it would take much less of a dose. So I think with like people doing genetic testing beforehand and with further research onto like the predominant SNPs for all of these different receptors that these things bind to, we could figure out, you know, like the best dosages for people to make sure that they, you know, have an okay experience or a good experience, I guess.
So what is the genetic testing? Is that just like a blood test? How does that work? You know, they just test your genes, and they're able to figure out like the protein structure that's associated with them. They could tell if there's like a change in the folding of the proteins, the receptor sites, and there's one. I don't think we've done tests on a lot of these different receptors, but for like the 5-HT2A receptor, we've done some tests on how these things bind to that, and like we're able to find out, you know, oh, this takes 7 times as much to have the normal effect for this person, or, you know, so, but yeah, just like if you're doing Ancestry.com or something like that, or, you know, I mean, the place doing it would have to test for specific things, but, so. Yeah. Oh yeah. Thank you guys.
We're going to have a little 10 minutes till the next speaker comes up here. But yeah, that was a great segue into our next talk. So Ryan Norton from Dynamic DNA. It's really exciting. We do have a genetic testing laboratory for this very thing, to test your genetic makeup for psychedelics, happening right here in Missouri. So that's our next talk in about 10 minutes here. Ryan Norton, who I see upstairs with the vendor space. Hi, Rye. He'll be down here soon, and yeah, stay tuned for that. So take a little stretch break, wander around, and we got about 10 minutes. We'll start up again. Welcome back. We're going to get started again in the mind room. I'm still ecstatic dancing from the morning. I hope everyone's been having a great time. I hope you're having a chance to check out the workshops as well as the mind track, check out all the amazing vendors, all the sweet offerings here, our amazing food trucks. Just a big shout out to everybody who helped make this day possible. It's just been really a beautiful unfolding. All right, without further ado, we've got Rye Norton up next. And I already did a little teaser about this, but this is an exciting talk. Genes, enzymes, and entheogens, the role of genetic testing in psychedelic safety and efficacy. So Rye Norton, MS, is a molecular biologist and lab manager at Dynamic DNA Laboratories, where he leads the development of next-generation genetic tests in a CAP-accredited CLIA-compliant lab. With over a decade of experience in molecular biology, he's contributed to peer-reviewed research on gene expression, microbial resistance, and the human microbiome. In 2024, Rye spearheaded one of the first psychedelic-focused DNA panels in the US, pioneering approaches, I feel the feedback coming. Approaches to understand how genetics shape the metabolism, efficacy, and safety of psychedelic compounds. As a board member of the Psychedelic Society of the Ozarks, whoop, whoop, he works to bridge scientific discovery with community education, harm reduction, and policy reform. Guided by a belief in the union of science and spirit, Rye is committed to, what's it gonna be? Oh, advancing a future where psychedelic medicine is accessible, evidence-driven, and integrated into holistic approaches to healing. Awesome. Well, I'll give it this microphone and welcome Rye Norton.
Hi. Hi. Thank you all for coming today. Very much appreciate it. I wish I had my sunglasses. That's a weird thing to wish when giving a talk. So, yeah, I very much appreciate your attention. And today I'm going to talk about, genetic testing and how variations in your DNA can change the experience that someone has with psychedelics. Kind of my bread and butter is maybe figuring out how we can test these differences in your DNA and give people a more predictable experience. And this is just kind of like a 10,000-foot view of how we do that, really. So I know we can't see this very well, so I'm going to try and use more words than maybe I normally would. But this is a central question. How can the same dose of a psychedelic, call it 100 milligrams of MDMA, have such different effects for individuals? We can have someone have this like mystical, transformative, happy, loving experience. We can have some guy that's just totally underwhelmed, right? He doesn't feel anything from this. He doesn't have any effect from it. And then we can have someone visit, the gates of hell and have this really terrible, anxious, like insomnia, all the bad adjectives that go along with this, from the exact same dose of medicine. So why does this happen? There are lots of reasons why this can happen. This is all the ones that I could think of and put into a word cloud. So we're going to talk about the genetics today. Some of the other big ones are like set and setting, right? I think that's probably some of the most important ones. What kind of trauma are you carrying into this? What other medications are you taking? What food do you have on your stomach? Energetic and spiritual considerations behind it. There's a lot of reasons why people can have a different experience. So the goal of this panel and what we do has never been to give someone like an absolute prediction. I don't think that's possible from science. But for some individuals, we can call them out early and give them a more predictable experience. So for people who are engaging in psychedelic therapy for the first time, or maybe the first time in a long time, that have some apprehension about this, I really do think we can give them a safer and more predictable experience. Okay. So I start all my talks with this. This is the central dogma of molecular biology. And I like to say those words. And all it really is the flow of genetic information within a cell and thus within your body. It all starts with DNA. You have two copies of this, one from mom, one from dad. DNA goes through a temporary phase called RNA. We're not going to really get into that. and then it's turned into a protein. And so DNA controls protein. That's really kind of the key takeaway from this. Changes in DNA result in different forms of protein. And this is important for humans because proteins are essentially what we are. They are a good part of the structure of human beings. They form things like enzymes that catalyze reactions within our bodies. They transport things in and out of cells. They're hormones, they're receptors. We are just protein, right? So changes in DNA can have a big impact on how those proteins function, and thus how we experience our own reality. And today we're going to be talking about 3 types of proteins in particular: enzymes, receptors, and transporters. Okay. And we're going to be looking at this through 2 different lenses. The first is going to be PK, or pharmacokinetics, which essentially is what the body does to the drug. And we really can't see this at all, but there's a line going on this graph right here, which is the concentration of the drug plotted against time. And so when you take a substance, the concentration of the drug goes up as it is absorbed and then distributed throughout the body, and it starts to go down as it's metabolized and then excreted from the body. So that whole process is pharmacokinetics. And on the other side of that coin, we have pharmacodynamics, which is what the drug does to the body. So if we were to graph this, it would just be the effect of the substance over time. You eat a dose of MDMA, the effects come on, they peak, and they come back down, right? So in a nutshell, that's what pharmacodynamics is. And genetic variation absolutely changes the rate at which those 2 processes function in the body, thus directly having an outcome on the experience that you perceive. So let's talk about enzymes first. Enzymes are proteins, and enzymes catalyze a reaction. They change a chemical in the body, and they're very specific about how they do this. You can think of enzymes kind of like molecular scissors, right? It's a pair of scissors that only cuts a dollar bill in half. That's a simple example of an enzyme. There are 3 enzymes or classes of enzymes in psychedelics that really matter. There's the cytochrome P450 enzymes. An example of this is CYP2D6. These are enzymes in your liver, and they metabolize most of the chemicals that go into our body. Like 80–90% of drugs that we ingest, whether they be psychedelic or prescription in nature, ultimately get metabolized by these cytochrome P450 enzymes. There's also monoamine oxidases, and normally these function to degrade things like neurotransmitters like dopamine and norepinephrine in the body, but they also degrade drugs that, like DMT, which have a monoamine base to them. And finally, there's esterases and phosphatases, which remove phosphate groups. So a couple examples, not that folks can probably see them, but here we have monoamine oxidase A, and its job is to remove this nitrogen base from DMT, turning it into 3-IAA, and all that means is it deactivates it. DMT works when it's DMT, and then once you remove that part of the DMT molecule, it's no longer psychoactive in the body. So the enzyme is what's responsible for degrading that molecule and thus the experience behind it. And ALPL, for example, down here with psilocybin, removes that phosphate group and turns it into psilocin. There's another enzyme after that that deactivates psilocin. So. Those are the enzymes, and the study of the enzymes is known as pharmacogenomics. And that's just a fancy word that scientists had to make up to describe the study of how an individual's genetic changes alters their drug metabolism. So pharmacogenomics equals genetic changes in drug metabolism. The classic case of this is warfarin. Warfarin is an anticoagulant medication, and it's very sensitive to dose. If you take too little of this, you can experience clotting. If you take too much of this, you can experience bleeding. And dose is so important that this is really the best example of precision medicine in the United States. If you go to your doctor and get on warfarin, chances are you're going to get a genetic test from a company like mine that's going to test two genes, CYP2C9 and VCORE-C1, and we're going to determine how fast do those work. Do they work average? Do they work too slow? Do they work too fast? And from that, we can tell you how much warfarin that you need. And because warfarin can be such a dangerous drug, a lot of money is being poured into this, and we can get really specific with this. Like when you go to the doctor and get put on warfarin, you know, there's 10 different options to choose from. You can go between 1 to 10 milligrams of warfarin, depending on the individual. And this is the whole idea behind pharmacogenomics, right? That we can use genetic variation to give people a personalized, tailored experience. You know, in this case, it's with an anticoagulant for cardiovascular disease, but there's no reason that we can't do this for psychedelics as well. Just no one's done it before. We're just going to touch on this real quick. These are all the different cytochrome P450 enzymes that there are in the body. And just the takeaway behind this is that there's a lot of things that alter how these work. Genetic changes are responsible for making these enzymes work too fast or too slow. Diet can be a big factor as well. Like, how many people have heard not to take grapefruit juice with some medications, right? Like the reason for that is because grapefruit juice slows down a couple of these enzymes and stops them from working. They change with age, like everything else. They tend to slow down the older we get. Some of them work different in men and women, and then drug-drug interactions too. So what I'm getting at with this is there are genetic differences, but it's just kind of a complicated puzzle anyway. Like lots of things can influence how these enzymes work. The classic example of a specific gene is CYP2D6. And this metabolizes about 25% of every chemical that goes in your body. Doesn't matter what it is, CYP2D6 is going to have some role in processing that. It's highly polymorphic, which means that there's a lot of genetic variation that exists within population of humans here on Earth. About 1 in 3 people have atypical CYP2D6 metabolism, meaning that it works either too slow or too fast. And this is largely ancestry linked. So for example, like roughly 1 in 10 Europeans have a version of CYP2D6 that operates like much slower than the average version of it, while up to 20% in certain African populations have a version that functions much faster. The goal in a test like this is to categorize this into buckets, if you will, or phenotypes is the best word for that. You can have poor metabolizers, intermediate metabolizers, normal metabolizers, rapid metabolizers, or ultra-rapid metabolizers. So these are just different rates at which this enzyme can work. And I'm talking about this here because this same gene metabolizes a whole host of different psychedelic compounds, such as MDMA, DMT, mescaline, ibogaine, and LSD are all linked to CYP2D6. So let's look at this in a real-world example here, and MDMA is going to be the example that we use throughout the rest of the slideshow. MDMA, when you first take it, is psychoactive. Okay? It can be converted by one of these cytochrome P450 enzymes into MDMA, which is also psychoactive. So as soon as you take the drug, it starts working, right? It's having some psychoactive effect on you. It quits working because it's degraded by the gene that we were just talking about, CYP2D6. So now you can kind of start to see the rate at which CYP2D6 works has a direct correlation to the psychoactive effects that you experience. Let's compare and contrast two different outcomes here with two different CYP2D6 metabolizers. A poor metabolizer and a rapid metabolizer. The poor metabolizer is going to have high plasma levels of MDMA. They're going to have longer lasting effects. Those effects are going to be stronger because they have higher plasma levels. Because those plasma levels are higher, there's going to be a greater risk for toxicity. And this is the individual that probably needs a lower dose of the medication. Why? Because the gene that is responsible for clearing MDMA out of the body just doesn't work very well. It just hangs out, right? Compare this with an ultra-rapid metabolizer. These people have low plasma levels, shorter duration, weaker effects, virtually no risk of toxicity, and these are the people that need a higher dose of the medicine to have an equivalent or average effect. So this pans out like this. The poor metabolizers have a lot of anxiety, they have a lot of agitation. These are the people that are at risk for hyperthermia. These are the people that suffer from insomnia from MDMA use. While the rapid metabolizers are the people that have these really underwhelming experiences that just don't really feel anything from it. Okay? So going back to our characters from the beginning, this is why these people, or at least partly in why these people have the experiences that they do, just from this one gene. And this applies to all psychedelics. Psilocybin, DMT, mescaline, ketamine, we figured out all the genes that are responsible for metabolizing these substances. And all of them have genetic variation, just like CYP2D6, that can have a really radical impact on how quickly they work. Now we're going to shift gears and go into pharmacodynamics, or the body's response to what the drug does. Sorry, this isn't working very well. Let's get our bearings first. Where are we talking about in the body? We are going to be talking about the brain, more specifically neurons within the brain, and then even more than that, synapses, which is just the junction between neurons in the brain, and really moreover, the flow of neurotransmitters in those synapses. Okay. Yeah, synapses, like I said, they're just the tiny gaps where these neurotransmitters are exchanged, and that's really what our brain does, right? It's this amazing machine with just an infinite number of connections that is constantly being signaled, and those signals are the release or the reuptake of neurotransmitters. And that's really the basis of action of how psychedelics have the impacts that they do on people. They radically change the levels of these neurotransmitters within the brain. So like science is really sure at least that that is the primary mechanism that's driving the effects from psychedelics. So in this kind of neighborhood, if you will, in the synapses, in the neurons, we're going to be talking about transporters, neurodegradation enzymes, and receptors. These are all proteins that, again, that can have these genetic changes that alter how they work. Let's start with transporters first. Transporters exist in synapses, and normally their job is to take in neurotransmitters back into the neuron after signaling has occurred. But psychedelics, like MDMA, for example, can have a big impact on how these transporters work. So MDMA, for example, binds to the norepinephrine transporter SLC6A2, essentially causing its flow to be reversed. So instead of norepinephrine going back into the neuron, it just floods out into that synapse, and that's a big driver of what the effects from MDMA are. And genetic changes have a huge impact on how these transporters work. Just like genetic changes can make CYP2D6 work either too slow or too fast in the case of metabolomics. In the case of these transporters, it can make the transporter maybe pump norepinephrine faster or slower, or not at all, or maybe it doesn't bind to MDMA. There's a lot of different modalities that can occur. Okay. There's also neurotransmitter degradation enzymes, and these are enzymes that strictly function to degrade neurotransmitters in the synapse. Kind of the classic case of this is a gene called catecholino-methyltransferase, or COMT. And its job is to degrade or break down dopamine, norepinephrine, and epinephrine in the synapse after signaling. And there's genetic variants that make this enzyme work either too slow or too fast. In the case of COMT, it's really interesting. It's just a single letter. It's called the single nucleotide polymorphism. About 15% of people have the slow version, 37% of people have the fast version, and about half of people have kind of an intermediate version of the two. This gene in particular has some really interesting effects just in your personality, actually, right? Like if you have radically different levels of dopamine, that has influences on just who you are as a person, right? People kind of colloquially call this the warriors, and like, the fighter or the warrior. like anxiety gene. Mechanistically, here's what it does. In the case of dopamine, we're just removing some functional groups, causing an inactive metabolite. Dopamine interacts with the body, causes all these effects, and this metabolite is just basically waiting to get excreted. So again, going back to our example of MDMA, MDMA releases these neurotransmitters, and if you have low COMT, or the slow version of this enzyme, you're just going to have those neurotransmitters remain in the synapse. They're just going to hang out there and keep causing those effects. While if you have a version of COMT that functions faster than average, again, those are going to get degraded, and the effects that you experience from MDMA are going to be degraded as well. Okay. So like we did with metabolism, let's tie this back to transporters and these neurotransmitter degradation enzymes that we just talked about. Someone with low COMT and a reduced function transporter is going to have more dopamine, more neuroepinephrine. They're going to have stronger effects. These are the same people that need a lower dose, and they're the same people that are at a higher risk of toxicity. So just like someone who has a slow version of CYP2D6, these people are going to have a very similar experience. Whoa, okay. You guys seeing this? That was crazy. It's going to take me a minute to go back here. Okay. So same idea. Someone who has a faster version of COMT and a transporter that works just fine is going to be that underwhelming experience. And the puzzle gets even more complicated because both these factors, right, the metabolism and the neurotransmitter handling, are happening at the same time. So genetic changes in both have to be accounted for to have accurate predictions of activity. The last type of protein we're going to discuss is a receptor. And receptors are proteins that are present on the cell surface. And they're very specific. You can think about them like a lock and a key. A receptor's job is just to bind to a very specific molecule. And once that molecule is bound, there's going to be a series of activities inside a cell called signal transduction pathway that is ultimately going to make that cell do something. Maybe the cell is going to release some dopamine about it or some brain-derived neurotropic factor, a variety of outcomes. But it all begins with something binding to that receptor. And I think most of you are probably aware of this. We'll just go over it real quick, though, that the very molecular structure of psychedelics is very, very similar to neurotransporters, right? This area in red here is the shared skeleton between serotonin, DMT, 5-MeO-DMT, and LSD. So I said earlier that receptors are very specific, and this is kind of how psychedelics get around that, right? If each receptor is a lock and each neurotransmitter is a key, psychedelics are essentially just borrowing part of that key. So now let's look at how genetic changes in receptors can actually impact someone's experience. And hopefully you can see this picture right here. In this example, we have two different versions of receptors. This is the wild type or the normal version. And you can see that the space in this receptor is just the same size as our psychedelic molecule, so it's going to bind very efficiently, and it's going to cause all of the signal transduction and a lot of effects from that. While if someone has a mutated version of the receptor, this wonky thing right here, the psychedelic isn't going to bind very well. There's not going to be any signal transduction. There's not going to be as many effects afterwards. So it's a really simple explanation, but that's essentially what's happening at the genetic level here. So people with that normal receptor are going to be more likely to have that joyful, euphoric, typical experience with MDMA, while if you have a bum copy of the HTR2A receptor, like, you're just not going to experience the effects of that as well. And just like all psychedelics have genes that metabolize them, all psychedelics have genes that impact their receptors and how transporters are affected, as well as neurotransmitter handling and degradation within the body. Great. so I know all this stuff. Like, what do we do with it? The idea is to borrow from the clinical world, where we're already using genetic testing to tell people exactly how much warfarin they need so they can not bleed to death. And the idea is to use the same technology and tell people exactly how much of a psychedelic they need to have like the average or therapeutic response that they need. And there's a couple barriers to this we'll talk about, but in principle, all of the science is already here to do this. Okay? So what does this actually look like in clinical practice? I think personalized dosing is the most realistic first line outcome from this. We can look at someone and how they metabolize these substances and tell them, well, you need a 50% lower dose or you need a 50% higher dose, to have the average experience. But it can also be used in psychedelic selection. If someone is considering a couple different options for a psychedelic therapy, a test like this can help them eliminate ones that we know just either aren't going to work for them or that are going to give them, a very atypical experience. So I like to think that this could be a pretty powerful tool one day for clinics and facilitators when taking on new patients. And that's what we've done. Dynamic DNA is the laboratory I managed. I've been doing that for 10 years now, and we made the world's first psychedelic pharmacogenomic test. Rolled it out about a year ago, and right now we're able to test on MDMA and psilocybin. Good Lord, I can't even read that. Salvia, cannabis, LSD, ibogaine, just a wide variety of different substances, and give people an idea of how they are going to metabolize and react to these substances here. So if we look at the MDMA results in particular, hopefully you should recognize some of these terms. We test SLC-6A2, this is a transporter. In this example, this person has a bum copy of it. It doesn't work very well. We also test CYP2D6 and CYP3A4. These are our metabolic genes. This individual in this case, theirs works fine. They metabolize it at an average rate. And we also test COMT to see how fast those neurotransmitters are getting degraded. And we can run that through some algorithms we wrote and come up with a pretty good guess as to just how the overall metabolism and handling of this substance looks like without the body. So this individual is going to have a slightly lower sensitivity to it, so we might recommend a 25% increase in dose. There are challenges with this. There's a lot of clinical evidence gaps. All of these substances are scheduled. That makes them really, really difficult to study in rats, let alone in humans. Well, not all of them are illegal, but we're getting there, right? Most of them are. And these are complex biological mechanisms, let alone the psychological mechanisms that are also in play here. So this is just a piece of the puzzle. But for about 1 in 10 people, we feel like it's a pretty important piece of the puzzle. About 1 in 10 people will get a result on this that would negate them from really trying an experience with one of these medicines. About 1 in 5 people would have a result that would warrant a pretty serious adjustment in dose. So it's not like these are especially rare genetic variants that we're testing either. So if you're someone who's has anxiety about going into a therapy like this, or just would take comfort from having a little science behind it, then this might not be a bad idea. Yeah. So anyway, these are some pertinent references, and I think this will be online. That's all I have to say. So thank you very much for your time. Yeah. The test, I'm the scientist, not the sales guy. I think it's $159 or something like that. Yeah, you can get it at dynamicdnalabs.com. Yeah, anybody can order this right now. You don't need a physician to do this. You do for our other clinical testing, like for warfarin and stuff, but yeah, we're just kind of not ignoring that part of it for right now. Yeah. Any other questions? Okay.
Just curious if there's, if somebody's considering whether or not to do the testing, any other, I don't know, questionings or things that might help determine whether that's something they would want to do or just go for it.
I'm sorry, what was that?
if somebody was on the was trying to decide whether they were somebody who wanted to do all the testing, do you have insider guidance on that might help a person decide, yes, I want to do this? Yeah, on the fence.
Yeah. If someone's on the fence, I think it's definitely always a word. I mean, I'm incredibly biased, right? I run a genetics company, but yeah, no, I always think it's worthwhile learning a little bit more about like how your own body works, right? There's 3.3 billion letters to our genetic code. 99.9% of it is the same with all the people in this room, but that 0.01% is different from you and from you and from you and from you. And that's a lot of changes, right? And those changes do have a big impact on the form and function of your body. So I think that's worth knowing about, right?
The perfect world from beginning to end to submitting.
Yeah, the turnaround time is 3 weeks after we receive the sample, and most of the time it's like 7 to 10 days. So, yeah. Yeah, it's just a cheek swab. Yeah, it's something you can collect at home. Yeah. And we're an accredited, certified laboratory. Keep in mind, this isn't strictly a validated panel. It's hard to validate this because of the schedule nature of the substances, but it really is leaning entirely on well-done clinical research. So the science is, you can hang your hat on it. So, yeah. Anything else?
If you've already done a 23andMe, can we just send you that information and it's quicker and maybe cheaper?
Yeah, that's a good question, and unfortunately not. And the answer for that is that 23andMe is missing about 15 genetic markers that are really important in how this test functions. So like, I could give you a report, but I wouldn't consider it to be ethical of me because we'd be missing some important data sets. Yeah. All right, thank you so much for your time. Appreciate it.
All right. Oh, next up, we're just going to have a 10-minute break. And then when we come back, we have Beth Day and Joseph Hood from Arkansas. They're going to be talking on the topic of entheogenic circles, a model for community-led psychedelic practice. So we will start that at 3:30. Enjoy another short break. Taco truck's still here. Vendors are hopping. I do have one announcement. The white car that recently parked back here, if that's yours, we need that moved ASAP. We're going to have some trucks coming in and be loading stuff. So if you parked a white car in this lot, or you know whose car that is, it needs to move. All right, we'll see you back here at 3:30. right, we're back in the mind room. I love a good psychedelic conference. So many fun topics, so many fun people. Our next topic is entheogenic circles, a model for community-led psychedelic practice. And we have Beth Day and Joseph Hood joining us. They are two of the co-founders of Decriminalized Nature Northwest Arkansas. If you haven't heard of Decriminalized Nature, you should definitely check that out. Advocating for community-based psychedelic education and policy reform. Since 2023, they've helped to build a regional coalition to advance decriminalization and public understanding of entheogenic plants and fungi. Beth founded the Women's Circle that inspired the entheogenic circle model, a grassroots approach to community-led psychedelic practice rooted in trust, reciprocity, and shared spiritual growth. Since 2020, she and Joseph have expanded the model and have both served as pro bono guides within women's, men's, and co-ed circles, supporting individuals and couples through preparation, journey, and integration. Beth also founded the Decriminalizing Consciousness Symposium and serves as president of the Psychedelic Society of Arkansas, PSOAR, and, or just say SOAR, yeah, with a P. The P is silent, like psychedelics, duh, sorry. A new statewide movement fostering education, community building, and harm reduction for responsible psychedelic use. Joseph serves as the religious use liaison for SOAR. SOAR. All right, so give it up for Beth Day and Joseph Hood.
Thank you, thank you. Yeah, that was the plan, to get out of the direct sunlight. You can stay there. You look good.
I'm going to stand up forward a little bit.
Yeah, I'm looking for Sean, our favorite laughing yoga practitioner, but I don't see him around. He started the day off talking about the Western medical model. He's kind of infiltrated that beast, and he's doing things from that side, really good work. We're going to talk about a different model, and just throw this out here and just see how this feels, you know, to talk about this publicly. So we're going to be talking about entheogenic circles, which is our working title for this. It's really a name given to something that was already happening that didn't really have a name. It's kind of like the religion that didn't have a name, right? I think the clicker's over here.
Ouch.
All right.
Wake
We're
up.
awake. Okay, I did it too, so you're good. I'm gonna try this. I didn't see anybody doing this to make it work well. Let's see if that works. This is effectively useless, right? Yeah. This is a TED Talk where we have a picture or two behind us, but it's all carried on our words. But this, I'm going to describe what's here. It says, an entheogenic circle is born. There's a picture of a cave, and a picture of a cave at night with a fire in the middle of it. So now you tell the story.
I'd like to invite you all to close your eyes for a moment and just join me on a little inward journey. I'd like you to imagine yourself sitting at the mouth of a cave. You can also, if you don't want to imagine yourself there, you can imagine a group of women sitting at the mouth of a cave. At the mouth of the cave, you've built a fire. You're sitting around in a circle. Above you, the moon is shining bright. It's a full moon, or maybe it's dark. Maybe it's a new moon. Within the circle, you meditate. You take a moment to center and ground yourself. And then when you open your eyes, you begin to share with each other what your journey has been, what it is now, what it has meant to you. This feels very ancient. Mouths of caves seem to be places that humans have gathered for thousands and thousands of years. But this became very real to me and very modern in about 2018, after I had been through a very traumatic faith crisis, a very traumatic abusive marriage, a divorce, and I was a little broken. And I bought a piece of property that had this cave, with that mouth of that cave at the opening, and it felt only natural, and it did so to my friends too, to build a fire and go sit around it. And at that point, the only substance we were imbibing in was wine, lots of it, and talking about our experiences. And what I found is that there were a lot of women like me, whether they had been through a faith transition, whether they had been through a transition out of a difficult relationship, there were a lot of us who needed each other's support. Then in 2019, I met Joseph, and Joseph and I knew each other 20 years before, so it was a reconnection. But Joseph introduced into my life the idea of psilocybin as an opportunity to be able to heal from some of the trauma that I had experienced over the course of my lifetime. And when Joseph sat with me for my very first psilocybin journey, and he did all the things that guides do, holding unobtrusive space, offering me a blanket and a pillow, turning the music on, turning the music off if I needed to, encouraging me, helping me get through difficult moments. I sat up from that experience and I realized, oh my God, what you just did for me, I did for about 15 years as a birth doula. I was a childbirth educator and a doula, and I supported women in childbirth. So from that moment on, Joseph and I both realized that there were a lot of people in our lives, and you can open your eyes now. There were a lot of people in our lives who had a great need to be able to experience this medicine, and yet it was still illegal. And when we began to tell friends and family about our experiences, naturally they said, how can we do this too? And we said, you know, if you want to do this, we'll sit with you. So that was kind of the birth of our guiding practice, which has always been pro bono. We've never charged for the services, but we've sat with a lot of people.
Okay. So that was the birth of this. We don't have the ability to progress slides yet, so we don't. Oh yeah, go ahead and go to the next one for now. Yeah. Okay. Again, mostly useless, but this is the structure. This is the explanation of what the model is. So it's a circle, right? It's non-hierarchical. There's no leader. There's no follower. It's a small group, maybe 2 to 20 people. How do you know when it's too big? It just feels too big, and then it's time to split it. Gendered or co-ed, men need this as much as women. Men and women can't. We have done this with women and men sitting in the same spaces, but we do appreciate the need and the usefulness of a gendered space. Non-hierarchical, peer-led. Exclusive but inclusive. You want to include as many people as possible. It's not that you're excluding people, but there is some vetting. There is some trust system for trusting that someone can come into the circle and be a trusted member of that circle. Non-permanent and organic. So just as it can emerge organically, it can also split and go away when it's time to go away. It's kind of the anti-top-down pyramid type of hierarchy, right? It's the antidote to that.
And the principles that emerged, and I just want to reiterate that this was an emergent phenomenon that came out of Northwest Arkansas, but I'm sure it's happening. I know it's happening in many other areas around the world. But the principles that became important to us, first of all, consent. And I don't think I need to speak too much to that principle. It's something that's well understood in this community, I hope. Trust. Trust is built over time. And that is one of the important parts of this circle, and it's very protective of the people within it. And we're going to talk about this a little bit in risks, but unfortunately, the psychedelic space can attract people who would take advantage of other people in vulnerable states. So by having a small circle of people who spend enough time with each other that they can get to know each other well enough to know whether or not that person is trustworthy with themselves in a vulnerable space, that is a protective feature of these smaller circles. Reciprocity. Reciprocity is an important step in the healing process, and it's a result of the healing process. We don't talk about this a whole lot, but when a person experiences the kind of profound healing that one often experiences with a psychedelic journey, there's often naturally a desire to share that with other people. That's what we experienced, and that's why this happened in the first place, was the desire for reciprocity. What reciprocity does for the person who has healed is that finishing touch, that glaze of the pot that you created of your experience. It's the piece that keeps you growing, and that contributes to the further healing of humanity as well. Non-commodification. Joseph and I argued about this for a long time in the various iterations of Decrim Nature and Psychedelic Society. It wasn't an argument, but it was more of a conversation. We have a growing market in the psychedelic space, right? And we almost hate to say the word space because that's an overused term as well. But with so much investment, billions and billions of dollars that we've seen going into psychedelic research, there's an implicit hope and desire that it will be very profitable for the people who have invested in this medicine and in the market that might emerge from this medicine. That's fine for that model. But within this model, what we found is that it works best, that integrity is maintained when it's non-commodified. That means this is volunteer work that we do for each other. And we've seen other models that work with a non-commodified model, and we're going to share that in a minute. But I'm going to move on to anonymity. And this is also something that we're going to return to in our examples. But anonymity, what happens in the circle stays in the circle. We protect each other. Obviously, this is of utmost importance when you're dealing with a Schedule I substance. So I don't think much more needs to be said about that. Next slide, please. Oh, nice.
All right, so with this in mind, there is some definition of what a guide is in this space. If you don't have any kind of a formal licensure or any kind of a formal certification, what is a guide? And this model is based on the Psychedelics Explorer's Guide. Before Jim Fadiman was preaching the gospel of microdosing, he was preaching the gospel of macrodosing, which he now calls overdosing. But we still believe in macrodosing. And this book is kind of the Bible for how to guide in that space, ethically, safely, responsibly, and all that. And there are other sources, right? But this is kind of one that we modeled it after. The guide is 1 to 2 people. An ideal guide is a man and a woman together providing that balanced energy and the energy that's needed for the person and the time and the space when it's needed. Has prior psychedelic experience. This is a very different kind of thing than a medical model where you are expected to have been in this space in order to guide somebody else in this space. Compassion, intuition, loving kindness. I'll let you talk about that.
I get to talk about the soft skills. So compassion, when we speak of compassion, that's an inner quality that we develop throughout our lives, and it's often rooted in prior suffering, which is a strange qualification for a guide. But the truth is, most humans have experienced some sort of suffering, and that makes many of us qualified to be able to provide compassion to another human being. Intuition is a very important, and I hate to even say the word qualification, but it's something we strive to achieve. Intuition about psychedelic care is built through experience, and I can't stress this enough, that there's no substitute for just getting in and doing it. And during the harm reduction panel, one of our panelists talked about an experience she had where she wasn't able to provide the support that she wished she could have, knowing more later. But all of us are beginners at some point. I remember when I went to my first birth as a doula. I had gone to all my workshops, I had accomplished all of my reading, I had written all the essays, but when I walked into that birth room for the first time, the smell and the intensity of the experience almost knocked me over. It was one of the few times in my life I've almost fainted, and I had to be very, very conscious about just keeping my knees a little bit bent because I was about to fall on the floor. It was only through experience, being close to birthing women, that I developed the intuitions that helped me to be a better doula over time. And the same thing is true with guides. We develop intuition over time. And so, not all of us are going to have the funds or the access to professional, therapy-assisted psychedelic care. And especially with the legal climate, it's strange in Northwest Arkansas, we seem to have a glut of therapists who are trained for psychedelic care and who can't do a thing with it because they might lose their license. And so again, this emerged because of the situation we found ourselves in. people needing to do this work without someone to help them. And so we start as beginners, but then the more we do, the more intuition we build around taking care of people. Loving kindness is something that we learn a lot about in yoga. It's the opportunity we have to regard another human being without judgment and to wish them well. And then the guide is a person who can stay calm, grounded, and non-intrusive. So we're going to talk a little bit more about the do's and don'ts later, but I'll leave that there for now.
We'll speed up a little bit, if that's okay. I do want to mention before we move on, stays for as long as it takes, right? So there's also this not just being present, but being present long enough, and that requires an understanding of the medicine and the experience. And this is you again, I can go. Okay, so how is this relationship, how does it emerge between a guide and a guidee, a voyager, which is what Fadiman calls them? This is a natural, organic relationship, and again, there's no hierarchy. There's no power differential between these two. There's just someone that has the ability and willingness to guide, and so it starts with a question. It's time for me to go in. Will you sit with me? It's very simple. This is something that we all can build the intuition and ability to do as humans, and that is a natural, emergent relationship.
And I'd just like to say, pay attention to the two parts of this. It's time for me to go in. This is not something a doctor prescribed for you. It's not you coming to a doctor and saying, I'm depressed, tell me what to do. And the doctor says, you need to take a psychedelic journey. For most of us, the moment where we know it's time is something that comes from deep within. It's our own intuition that guides us towards the medicine. Deep curiosity is one of the signs that it's time to go in. And then the second, will you sit with me, is just a very simple relationship. We're not asking somebody to fix us. We're not asking somebody to save us or rescue us. We're simply asking for another human being to sit with us, which is a quality that we can develop throughout our whole lives, whether we're sitting with a person who's just lost a spouse or a child in grief, whether it's sitting with someone at a hospital who's struggling with a health issue. These are human skills that we're developing within these circles that our society has lost a little bit.
Okay, so other models. So there's a lot of people that have figured this out before we have for how to do good circles. Like the idea of an egalitarian circle where people are equal and sharing and helping each other in some spiritual or healing context is not new at all, right? So some other models, Quakers, Society of Friends, if you're not familiar with their history, look it up. It's terribly fascinating. And they have the non-hierarchical model. It's peer-led. It's experiential. There's not a doctrinal system where they're learning things through lectures. They are experiencing spirituality as much as possible. And AA is another model for this. How many people does it take to make an AA chapter? It takes 2 alcoholics and a coffee pot. That's what they say. You have an AA chapter at that point. How big is an AA circle? It gets too big, and it's time to make like 2 chapters, right? They also have not a non-commodification model. There's nothing to commodify per se, but they don't take any external money, so they don't have that influence. They just kind of keep it all there. It's very simple. They're also experiential. It's also about a direct connection with the divine and an understanding of what that divine is, and it's about healing. And they have ethics and guidelines and best practices, right? So these ideas are ancient. These are just the latest iterations of an ancient concept that has come through, and it maps well to the psychedelic experience as well. Yeah, well, okay, so I'm going to use an intuition here based on time and summarize the next section so that we can get to the end. Yeah. Okay, if you can allow me. Okay. So there's this idea of risk, right? This is risky. I'm glad that you showed back up, Sean, because we're given the anti-model to your model, okay? Right. So what is this risk? We kind of had this whole thing where we wanted to let Mr. Mike Rowe speak. Have you guys heard of this guy's safety third message? Should I summarize it or should we try to play it? If it hits play and it goes, otherwise I can tell the story myself, but see what happens. That's It's always a tall ask. Make a video work in a presentation, right?
You know, so I started to look at passion. I started to look at.
Starting at the right time. Okay, so I'm not even going to summarize the story. The whole point is, like, okay. He's on a crabbing boat, right? Things are going crazy. There's a bad storm. He looks at the captain and he looks around. He's like, there's like 14 OSHA violations going on this boat, right? And he talks to the captain. There's like all these OSHA. They're like, what are you talking about, OSHA? The ocean, like I'm worried about the ocean, you should be too, right? And so then he's just holding on for dear life, and then he realizes that I have to take care of my own safety. OSHA's not out here protecting me. I'm protecting myself, it's my job. Did I tell that well enough? Do you want? Okay, thank you. Okay, so ocean, if you can go back to the slides. What ocean are we swimming in right now? It's not gonna have the impact without the slide. We're swimming in an ocean of damaged people. We're swimming in an ocean of 50,000 suicides per year in this country, right? We're swimming in an ocean of 20 to 30 overdose deaths. You probably know these numbers better, some other people out here, right? But these things are going up, like they're becoming a bit, we're solving, your Western shamanism has solved so many problems. Heart disease is going down, cancer deaths are going down, suicides are staying level or going up, like per capita, and then we're having the explosion of overdose deaths, right? Okay, so, and men versus women, 80% of suicides are men. So we can't, this kind of thing that does tend to happen maybe more easily with women, having these circles and these kinds of connections, needs to happen with men. So whether it's a co-ed or a men-gendered space, that needs to exist in this model as well, especially. Okay, now when we talk about risk, this ultimately is a risk reduction talk, right? In other words, people are doing this. How can we engage with this safely and ethically? What are the actual risks with this? So the top that we put here are the legal risks. You have the risk using things kind of outside of the law of being that activity being criminalized. Losing kids, losing jobs, losing well-being, and also the chilling effect of having the paranoia and fear of that hanging over your head before, after, right? That's a real psychological and physical risk to this.
And then another category of risks is relational risks. And when we talk about, bad laws, bad actors, sometimes those bad actors are intentional and malicious. People who would come into, like we said, a vulnerable space and take advantage of people who are in vulnerable places. That has happened to me personally, and so I have a great sensitivity to the fact that these circles need to be very protective. That's why they're exclusive, and that's why we as a community also need to be strong enough to call bad actors out and hold them accountable for behaviors that are intentionally exploitative of the suffering that is occurring. So these relational risks most often revolve around these three topics of sex, money, and power. So anytime, I think it goes without saying that anytime that you're in a psychedelic trip or experience, there needs to be no touching of body parts under clothes. There needs to be, if there is an exchange of money, it needs to be a reasonable amount for the time offered. And as we said before, non-commodification is a value that we developed throughout our experience. And then the power dynamics, the differentials that can occur when you have a guide and a person who is guided. There can be that halo effect around the guide, especially after they've helped someone else through a psychedelic experience, that can create kind of almost a guru effect. Like, oh, you helped me so much. You were part of this transformative experience for me. And those relationships need to be carefully just kept under control. And then finally, unmet needs. A lot of people coming to this space maybe have relationships at home that are not meeting their psychological needs. They may be struggling with money. They may be struggling with disempowerment in their lives. And so one of the things that we continue to work on, whether we're a professional guide or whether we're a pro bono volunteer person, is just facing our own shadow, going back in and doing our own work over and over and over again, and remembering that we're human. And you hear it often in these spaces. You might find out in your trip that you're God, but so is everybody else. So.
I think it's like if you determine, oh my goodness, I'm God, so okay, follow me, versus I'm God and so are you, right? So there's two different conclusions you can come to with the God realization. And lastly here is the bad trip side, and don't get on us for calling it a bad trip. It's bad risk, bad laws, bad actors, bad trips, right? But psychological complications or difficulties. So destabilizations, sometimes referred to as spiritual emergencies in some context. There also is this idea that you may not want to guide somebody that has intentions of exploring evil or darkness, right? You may not want to go with somebody down there that's kind of not like the right kind of intention. And re-traumatization. So you're healing or working with trauma, you don't want to have to necessarily have the deep feeling of that trauma coming back again, right? So.
And just to reiterate, one of the ways in which these circles are protective in the areas of trauma goes back to what Peter Levine said. Peter Levine is the guy who started somatic experiencing, and he said, trauma is not what happens to us, but what we hold inside in the absence of an empathic witness. So many of the bad trips that occur out there in the wild, whether they be at festivals or even at home, occur in the absence of an empathic witness. And the presence of a guide and then the community of a circle are both very, very protective for that risk of re-traumatization.
I'm going to use some more intuition. We pretty much talked about the do's and don'ts. So we're just going to end in kind of a religious note, for better or for worse. So the mythology around ayahuasca, right? The plants told us, take this leaf, take this root bark, take this vine, put it together, right? There was a mythology of learning from the plants. We feel like we've been guided by the plants, right? That there's some intention that they have in this area, in this space with us. What does that mean for us, and how can we engage with that to develop that intuition? Again, this is a very different kind of model of epistemology than empirical science, right? But it's the way that we found healing for ourselves and others, and a lot of people are. Again, people are doing this. They're doing it, so how can we do it safer and more ethically? And the last thing, I do want to end with this quote, because Beth put this up there, and I'm like, that's really good. Who said that? And apparently I said it. So. And if you should chance to meet God in there, don't be afraid to call it religion. So lastly, another thing that we're very focused on is the religious protection of these activities if they are sincerely held religious beliefs and practices, right? Emphasis on sincerely held, and that you really do, you're admitting to yourself that this really is my religion, right? Being comfortable with that word, looking at models like this that don't have the hierarchy or the danger, right? In the same way. Still having ethics and systems in place and accountability, but not being afraid to say this is, my spiritual practice. So.
Yeah, so thank you for joining us today. If you have any questions afterwards, we are starting the Psychedelic Society of Arkansas, and so you can find us at SOAR, PSOAR.org. Otherwise, you can join our mailing list, but the P is silent. SOAR. P-SOAR. But we're so thankful for Mooncat and for this. I know, because I've run my own symposium, I know how much work goes into these efforts. And so just one more round of applause for Mooncat and all that she's put together today. We're at the end of the day. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I did not do this alone, but I get to stand up and hold the microphone. But round of applause for Dale and Elizabeth and Nate and Katie. We had an amazing team. I really just never felt so supported in such a giant project, and each one of us was holding so much to make this happen. So next up is going to be our final panel. We're going to have an integration panel, followed by closing remarks and closing ceremony. So we can pull up the chairs if the panelists are around here. Yeah, we can pull up some of these front chairs. Ooh, I almost did it. and this will be a little awkward, but I'm going to read our bios too while I set up. So joining us, we're going to have Ian Cook, Marissa Frazier, Stephanie Zamora, and me. Okay, so Ian Cook is a certified health and wellness coach, consultant, tobacco treatment specialist. He's also the founder of Alva Dean Consulting, ADC, and the Lawrence Psychedelic Society. Woo-hoo! Side note, we've just really been loving connecting with all these different psychedelic societies, a lot of them that have popped up within the last year or a few years. So we've got Arkansas, we've got Springfield, the Ozarks, we've got Joplin, we've got Lawrence, and we've been collaborating. Lawrence is going to hold the next conference, I believe, in the spring. So keep your eyes peeled for that. All right, that was my side note. Ian brings a unique blend of evidence-based practices, lived experience, and holistic methodologies to those seeking whole person, mind, body, spirit wellness. Through ADC, Ian provides coaching services as well as preparation, integration support for individuals engaging with psychedelic medicines, supporting them through their experiences. He partners with service providers and ketamine clinics to assist in improving client care outcomes. ADC's mission is to support opportunities for transformative growth and change, collaborating with clients to co-create self-empowered practices that improve mental, emotional, spiritual, and physical wellness. All right. Welcome, Ian Cook. Next, coming down the catwalk, we have Marissa Frazier. And Marissa is a trauma-informed yoga and qigong instructor, exercise physiologist and personal trainer, holistic health coach, sacred medicine practitioner, and integration specialist. Marissa has a Bachelor of Science degree in exercise and movement science. She's also a certified Yogi qigong instructor, RYT 500 registered yoga teacher, mindfulness-based eco-facilitator, ACSM certified exercise physiologist, and NCSF certified personal trainer. I'm not even done. She was a Division I tri-sport athlete and previously coached Drury University's women's triathlon team. Marissa is also passionate about environmental stewardship, serving as the conservative program coordinator for the Missouri Sierra Club, and she also serves as the chair of the events committee. She was the mooncat of the Springfield conference for the Psychedelic Society of the Ozarks. Marissa's mission is to, I love these cliffhangers, shine a light for guiding people toward happier, healthier, and more fulfilled lives, and promote healing for people and the planet. Whew. Thank you, Marissa. And we also have Stephanie Zamora. Come on down. Stephanie's our local Kansas City breathwork facilitator. Some of you may have experienced her amazing breathwork in the workshop earlier. She's also a coach. She trains other breathwork facilitators now and is also working on her somatic experiencing certification. Stephanie is a co-founder with me of the Kansas City Psychedelic Integration Circle. Yeah, which will hit 3 years this December. So, yeah, the Psychedelic Society has been around for just almost a year, but the Psychedelic Integration Circle has been around a little bit longer here in Kansas City, and I think that's how a lot of this community started to plant the seed and lead into this. So finally, the bio for, oh wait, did we clap for you yet? Dr. Christine Mooncat Ziemer.
Do I have to? So this is Mooncat. Dr. Z, Christine, Dr. Julia, I don't know, whatever word you call it. She's a tenured professor of psychology at Mo West, where she developed an original course on psychedelic and transpersonal psychology. Dr. Z started the Psychedelic Educators Network, a global network of professors teaching courses on psychedelic in higher education. She co-founded the Psychedelic Society of Kansas City, the Kansas City Psychedelic Integration Circle, Safe Journey Sanctum, and Dr. Z is a volunteer in the Zendo Project, the Fireside Project, a collaborator in curriculum development, a faculty member of Missouri Midwest Psychedelics, and they proudly serve as the executive director for Psychedelic Society of Kansas City. There's so many more things.
And joining us as our moderator again is Katie Pummel, the wonderful Katie Pummel.
All right, thank you for having me, integration panel. So I'm just gonna go ahead and get right into it because I am as excited to learn about this as I think everybody here is. So this first question that I have is for Marissa and Stephanie. What is integration? What is it?
I guess I got the microphone, so I'll go first. So I love it when really smart people use lofty words that really don't have, an understanding. And I think a lot of times we say things like embodied or integration, and there's not necessarily a clear understanding of what that is. So I just invite you to take a moment to think about for yourself, like, what does that word mean for you? What does that mean to integrate an experience that you have? I think it's a two-part answer. I think that there is integrating the messages that you get, the body messages, the understanding of the symbols, an understanding of the messages that come through, or the processing of old experiences. There's integrating that. And to me, that means, how do I take this awareness, maybe an awareness of my self-talk? Maybe I know that during a journey, I became really aware of self-criticism. And so how do you integrate that into your life becomes about how do you find where that's showing up for you. It's not just about having one clear message, it's where does this live in all different parts of my life? Not just one place. Maybe you asked a question going into a journey about your relationships and you found a pattern in that relationship. Integration to me means looking at that and how do I take that lesson and apply it not just to this one relationship but to all my relationships. And so I think that that's the first part of integration for me, is how do I take those lessons and then act on them and action on them. And then I think the second piece is actually about coming back into the experience, right? So we go on these journeys and we often have like euphoria, we have these, great visual experiences, and then we come back to life. And so for me, integration also means not just integrating those lessons, but literally coming back into this existence that's not the same and may not feel in alignment with who we are. So how do we go from this elevated, feeling everything, feeling this deep connection, bright light, and then take our eye mask off, come out of the experience and leave, and then find the rest of the world maybe not being in alignment with the love that you experienced in that journey, maybe finding even cruelty. And so how do you allow yourself to take that, the messages from that and the goodness and the light from that, and then reintegrate yourself, bring yourself into this real world in a way that is sustainable?
That's a great answer. Just boiling it down to, it's the process of translating the insights and the eye-opening experiences and the energetic shifts and turning that into, bridging that into your daily life. So how do we go about making meaning from whatever happens in the psychedelic experience? And then I love what you're saying with taking action. So taking aligned action, a lot of times you connect more deeply to your values or to yourself. And it's the process of what steps do I need to then go about carrying forth into the world so that you are living from your values and you know what's important, and you're also developing a consistent practice that keeps you connected into that state of being, aligned with yourself, with your values. So it's an ongoing practice too. If you don't integrate, then the psychedelic experience is more of a fleeting moment. It's a peak experience, and the integration is what's bringing it into daily life and helping you to live more authentically and with more awareness. So those peak experiences, they open us up. They help us realize the impact a lot of times of our thoughts, our behaviors, our actions, our food, the impact of so many different things. And then integration is where you put that into play and keep it going through your daily life and live more intentionally.
Yeah, I love that. I can just add one more thing. I think that what is so interesting is that psychedelic experience ends, but then the rest of life. And that's where it began. That's when the work begins, about how do I bring that in every day.
Thank you so much. So now that we know what integration is, can you, Ian and Mooncat, tell us why integration is important?
Yeah, I think the definition kind of hits on a lot of that, why it's important. I mean, we're talking about psychedelics for healing, but a lot of people use psychedelics and don't necessarily come away healed, right? Like, it's not just about taking the substance, whether that's for healing or for greater self-knowledge or whatever. I think the integration, like Stephanie said, like once the peak experience is done, then the work starts. You know, you get the message, you get the downloads, you get the insight. But then what do you do with that, right? Do you just file that away as like a weird dream or a weird drug experience and you go back to life as usual? The integration is taking whatever it was that you want to keep from that experience and like weaving it into your daily life. Maybe that's a little bit more presence. Maybe that's a more mindful practice, maybe integrating movement or yoga or journaling or breath work, or, you know, maybe it's just looking people in the eye and being kinder. You know, maybe it's a little less ego in your life. There's so many different things that you could take from that experience and then translate that into like a small or big change in your daily life. And if we're talking about, you know, why we all love psychedelics and why we think there's so much potential to change the world or to heal from mental illness, the integration is a really big component, and maybe the one of the most important components of that process.
Yes. Oh, yeah. So, yeah, so many good points. And I definitely agree. And just at least in my opinion, in my experience, integration has been the most important part of my journey and my work. And I love what you guys are saying about just what is happening in the experience and then what do you do with it. and for those that have had psychedelic experiences, sometimes it's a narrative, sometimes it's images, sometimes it's like words, sometimes it's colors or feelings. Like, what do you do with all that? And how do you make it make sense? And it's your own individual experience, just like your life is your own individual experience. And so you are the one that has to figure out what do these things mean. And at least in my experience, as I've processed my things, it's just given me a better sense of like what is going on here. How do I make sense of this reality? How do I translate my experiences? And so my process is uniquely me, and I think everyone has their own individual process, and that's what I'm finding in my work with individuals is sitting with someone and saying what works for you and like strengths and values, like what is unique to you and how do you bring that authenticity out. And so I think it's important is because your true self is almost revealed in these experiences, or something that's a true part of you. And then getting into the larger space of what's true for everything, and we are connected in this larger thing, and people have been talking about spirit a lot, and the uniquely almost a unification back into this larger thing. And that's my understanding of the essence of my spirituality and my religion is getting back into unity with all of this. And so it's really important for me to do that, and I have to make sense of my experiences to be able to do that.
Those were both really insightful answers. I feel like I'm learning a lot. Thank you, guys. We're going to open these questions up to everyone, so whoever feels called to answer, feel free. The next question that I have is, what does integration look like, and what are some ways that you like to integrate a psychedelic experience?
I got the mic, so I'll just keep going. For me, that is poetry. That is writing. I have a journal. I always have something to like write my thoughts and feelings down, so that I don't have to hold it all in my head at the same time. And it's really helpful for me to check in with myself every day. So my integration process is a daily check-in with myself by writing my thoughts and my feelings down, and then being able to look at this record and this history of like, what was I doing when, how can I work with myself in a way that I enjoy. And so I enjoy writing and creativity, art and music. So creative expression is how I integrate. I also integrate through the body. So I know folks, somatic experiences is really helpful for folks. So for me, that's like swimming laps in a pool. I'm also doing deep breathing. I'm also visualizing what I'm working on. Sometimes I'm catching up on messages with friends, or I'm doing work. and so my spiritual practice is in a pool. When I'm in the water, I feel like I'm communing with something else, and it feels like I'm dreaming and moving through the air and the water. It's a whole thing. But I'm swimming laps in a pool, and I'm doing some breathing, and I'm being present and mindful with myself. And so my integration has become a spiritual practice in my daily practice, turning the mundane into something divine. I didn't expect these things, but it's what it's turned into for me. So it's a very fun exploratory process too. It's like, again, what works.
I am also a swimmer and very much echo those sentiments. It can be a very spiritual process if you let it, a very mindful process. Zooming back out, I think integration to me looks a lot like devotion. And it's a devotion to self, but it's also a reverence and a respect for the medicine. So it's not making these medicine experiences do all of the work for you. You're also showing up with respect for meeting the natural world and these substances that we are consuming, like wonderful teachers, wonderful gifts, but you're also showing reverence and devotion through meeting it with your own actions. So whenever you have these realizations and reflections, to me it's respectful to then take the actions that you know are right to come out of that. That's a way of like reciprocity back to the natural world. So maybe you understand the connection with nature and our place in the whole ecosystem. Your aligned action is to then get involved in some way to protect nature or to better educate people about the impacts of our actions. Or maybe that is respect to yourself or devotion to yourself and doing practices such as meditation or better nutrition or the practices that you know will respect your own vessel because you are carrying forth the messages that these medicines are helping you realize. So it's a lot like devotion as a whole. You know, there is a handout going around that talks about the different domains. So this is just something I kind of summarized from different resources. But there's different domains of integration. So that could be mind, body, spirit, relationships, lifestyle, nature. I'm really big on the nature one because not only does it help us commune with something that is greater than ourselves, but it's also very regulating for the nervous system and helping us to integrate and relax and stay in a more regulated, natural state, more closer to our true essence. So that to me is a really important one. But anything embodied, movement-based, something that just connects you in to yourself. So whether that's a body scan, which we can do here in a little bit, or ecstatic dance, or swimming. And actually one of my personal favorites is like sensory deprivation floating. It's just a great way to just like really be embodied, relax, and cultivating a state of receptivity and regulation. So anything that just gets you back to yourself, gets you a little more calm, a little more flowy. You know, it's different for everybody, but find that thing that you love that connects you back to you, and that's the practice to continue.
So as Mooncat mentioned, I'm a breathwork facilitator, so I take anyway between 8 to 20 people through guided journeys per week, and so I do a lot of integration in the closing circles. My own personal practice is kind of what I suggest for them as well. So we always start with a lot of journaling. Journaling allows for a process of accessing different parts of your brain. So when you're writing, it's literally activating different parts. And so as you allow yourself to, I encourage people to like think about any of the visions that came up, whether it was an elephant, and it was a purple elephant that came out of the trees. Well, what does purple mean to you? What does an elephant represent to you? What does it mean to come out of the trees? Each of pieces of these can be a message, can be a way that the subconscious mind or the spirit is speaking to us, but we have to give detail. We have to give space to each of those details and allow for that unfolding to happen. So that has to happen with time. And I believe that journaling is one of the great ways to do that. So I really encourage free writing for my clients post-session, and because it can really bring a lot of that awareness in. The next thing that I really encourage people to do is avoid cell phone usage. Avoid cell phone usage, because it's going to pull your body and your mind out of that processing, and you need to be able to have that time for that continued processing. Whether it's breath work or a guided journey or a psilocybin journey or whatever it is, the journey ends, but then there's the soft part afterwards. And that soft part afterwards, what you do there really can color or pace your growth. And so really spending some time being with yourself, avoiding allowing that outside negativity to come your way can be really, really important. But I really like to spend time with any of the messages that came through. So asking yourself, how does this come up for me? What does that thing represent for me? So if you're going to write some things down, this would be the things I would write down. What does this thing represent to me? Where is that thing showing up in my life? Where is that showing up in other parts of my life? And those seem like the same thing, but when you ask it twice, you get a different answer. And it will really allow you to get to a true understanding about what is it that this message came through, whether it's a fun journey or not. Even if you just used some psilocybin and went to a concert, give yourself some time to process that. I like to take a bath or sit out in nature. So literally physically sitting with the earth and with water for me is very, very healing. And then also forces the slowdown. I am a naturally fast person. My nervous system moves fast. So that bath really does allow for the forced sitting down. And allows for that processing. So just really, I encourage people to be really gentle with themselves and to give themselves lots and lots of time. Also giving yourself space to allow emotion to come up, not just in session, but also the couple of days afterwards. So whether that's allowing yourself to not have big meetings or big projects that you have going on, nothing big next planned, or maybe even supporting yourself and having a therapy appointment scheduled afterwards can be really, really helpful, especially if you have a therapist that is aware that this is something that you're practicing. So all of those things can be really, really helpful. And then I really, really encourage people to reach out for support, whether that's coming to an integration circle. There's a reason why all of us host integration circles. It's because there's magic that happens when you can sit and give yourself an opportunity to process, and you can do that in a safe place with other people. There's magic that happens when the souls can connect, and that can only happen when you're in communication with other people. So I don't believe that there's anything that can replace the integration circles.
Wow, yeah. What's left to say after all that, right? Yeah,
Great processes. Tell us
Oh, yeah, no, I mean, I agree. I think all of these things, I second all of them. The body movement stuff is great. Being gentle with yourself, giving space. I love that you said, what does it mean to me? Because I think a lot of time when we have a symbol or something come up, we might rush to let's look this up online. Let's consult a book. Like, what does this totem mean? What does this animal mean? And I think it's actually really magical to say, what does it mean to me? Oh, I had a deer appear in my vision. What does that mean what does a deer symbolize to me? Because this is mind manifesting, right? This is coming from your mind. And maybe there's some divine other spirits for sure. Yeah, but I think sitting with that, what does that mean to me? And kind of getting that personal message is a really important thing that you hit on. And then the second part of being in community, I think is a really magical thing too. And I can't stress enough how just you might say it and you might journal it and you might think it to yourself, but when you say it out loud to someone else, and you see kind of them reflect it back to you, or how they respond, that can really resonate differently, and it can pull out different parts. And you might even, we see a lot of times while people are telling their story at Integration Circle, they're unfolding and discovering more things. And the cool thing about it, the format of a peer support integration circle, is that people aren't jumping in to interrupt you or ask you questions or interpret it for you. They're just giving you space, and you talk until you're done, And I work on the fireside line too, so that's another way. If you don't have a psychedelic integration circle around, you can call 62-FIRESIDE, call or text, and you can do that while you're having a psychedelic experience. They'll support you. But the other thing they do is they provide integration support. So if you don't have anyone that you can talk to about the experience, you can call or text from 1 p.m. to 1 a.m. any day, and there'll be somebody that will do just that. They'll give you space to talk. They won't tell you what to do. They'll do reflective listening and just listen to your experience and give you that space. So I've been working on the fireside line for a little over 2 years, every Saturday night, not tonight, but every Saturday night, listening to people who are either tripping or talking about their tripping experiences. And it's amazingly magical how just that reflective listening, just listening to what they say and say, I hear you saying this, or that sounds like this, am I right? You know, and just kind of like reflecting back what they're saying is so validating to them, and it also really just helps them understand their own experience more. I think that shows up in lots of different ways, not just psychedelic integration. Listening is magic, as we saw in the authentic relating workshop. But yeah, I echo all of these things. I love to journal. I think when we think about integration, and we're specifically talking about psychedelic integration, but you can integrate so many things. You can integrate a really excellent vacation you went on, or a breakup that you went through, or, you know, whatever, this conference, right? So, you know, coming to like, well, first maybe I'm just gonna like write down a bunch of things that like came up for me today. I'm gonna sit with that. I'm gonna maybe like, you know, sort through that. And I was gonna make this short, and I'm making it long. But one other thing is like, if you have things that can kind of remind you of that experience. So like, if you're on your experience, you listen to a certain album or music, like maybe a day or two later, putting that back on and kind of sitting with that can also be a really amazing way to kind of like reactivate, get you back into that space and like remember some things that maybe were lost in the processing afterwards. So, yeah.
I was like, go with it.
Those were all really awesome resources. I think that those all sound like really lovely ways to integrate. Now that you've told us kind of what you guys like to do to integrate, tell me how important is preparation for integration? And what are some of the practices that can help you prepare for a successful integration before you actually start your trip?
Should we just go back this way? Yeah, I think we've already kind of danced around this a little bit, but I think when you start preparing for whatever your big experience is with the integration in mind, so things like, oh, I'm gonna take off work the next few days, or not schedule anything. I'm gonna clean my house and like make it so that I can just relax. You know, going into the experience, already thinking about how you might set yourself up for a really good integration can be obviously really, really helpful. And once you get through that experience, you have that like space and that support for yourself kind of built in. I'm just gonna leave it at that and let you guys say something.
I encourage you all to spend a little bit of time developing a short list of your comfort. So like if a fuzzy blanket is your comfort, if that brings you comfort, then put that on your list. If breathing helps you feel really good and you love that, then do that. Mooncat loves to run, right? So like she's gonna put that on her short list of the things that she can reach out and grab and gravitate towards. So if there's like certain things that you like to eat or drink, and making sure that you're like giving yourself those resources ahead of time. Because what happens is if we have a challenging experience, a difficult experience, that's not the time to resource for yourself. Like when you're struggling, it's not the time to be like, what's my safe spot? You know, figure that out for yourself ahead of time. Maybe let your friend know, hey, I'm gonna go do this experience. I might need a little bit of support ahead of time. So just creating that space, scheduling that appointment with your therapist ahead of time, and then just giving yourself that space and time. I love to re-listen back to music that I listen to in Journey. Just know that you can start to feel that little bit of residual, like, am I still tripping? I don't know. But all of those things are really great ways to prepare yourself.
Yeah, echo all of these. And I think just thinking about it from the way of like setting yourself up for a softer landing. So knowing your comforts and cultivating a regulated nervous system. Like I think that's really at the foundation of all of it. So practices that help you ground yourself in safety and resilience. So the more practices that you have to regulate your system and calm the mind, the greater capacity that you're going to have to hold those insights and remain grounded, safe, connected, and trusting of the unfolding of the layers in the process. So the more that you're regulated, whenever something difficult comes up, I mean, A, you're ready for it. That's part of the preparation process, right? It's just being ready and willing to meet whatever arises. But if you've already grounded yourself in safety, regulation, receptivity, doing the practices that you need to kind of open yourself up, ready, willingness, the more your body will feel safe taking in and processing all of these different pieces. So I think just coming at it by way of just like, you know, whether that's reducing caffeine, getting better sleep, knowing who your support system is, all of those things to just comfort yourself, pad yourself with all of the things that are going to allow you to really feel held.
Yeah, so much good stuff. Yeah, I like to explain this work in a three-step process of preparation, experience, integration. And so there's the before the experience, and then there's the afterwards. And the word harm reduction's been used a lot. I also like the term risk reduction, because sometimes people aren't actively looking to harm themselves, but we're trying to minimize risk, maximize the benefits. And so, yeah, like if you can take care of a bunch of things, like so you don't have to worry about like doing the laundry, or like, oh yeah, I needed to mail that bill, check for the bill, and all these things though, that when you're in an experience, you can be in the experience, and you're not getting pulled in these ways, because I know in some of my experiences, like, oh man, I need to do this thing for work, or oh, I need to post this thing on social media, and then I catch myself, I'm like, no, I don't. Like those things are not essential. They're not. They don't have to happen now. And the better I can get my mind ready to do the work in that moment, the better I have a chance of actually engaging with it and trying to extract as much as I can out of it. And so it's hard to be present when there's so many other things pulling you away, not just physically, mentally, all these different things. So how can we help prepare people to get them to the stage where they feel the most safe, the most supported, the most able to be present, and again, keep people safe, because this can be physically dangerous, it can be psychologically dangerous. We're trying to help people have the best experience possible so they can do the best work that they can, because we saw some of the stats of like some of these experiences. You have one session and you're better. Like that's wild. And if we can capture what was the thing that enabled that, and how can we sustain that, if we know where we're going, we can better lay the path to a place of healing and authenticity and the best self that we can be. And so it's often used as a metaphor of like if you're going on a trip somewhere, like you got to pack, you got to know where you're going, where you staying, what are you going to do when you're there, and then what do you do when you get back. And so it's a larger process. I also like to think of it as soon as you think about the medicine, that's when the work starts. That's when the preparation starts. As soon as it's like, oh, this might be a thing for me, that's when the preparation is going, because you have arrived at this place where you feel comfortable and safe enough to start exploring more, and so you had to do some work to get to that place, and then the work continues. And so it's an iterative process of preparing for an experience, integrating it, and then again and again and again through life, through all sorts of things.
All right. Well, I think that those are all very useful tools. I'm going to use some of those. I'm excited about it. And so my next question for you guys is, how do we integrate an experience like this conference? Where do we go from here to integrate this day into our everyday?
And yeah, I'll just keep going. And so community. I was kind of at that place when I kind of got to a point of I felt better and recovered enough to get outside of my immediate vessel and then start looking for more things. And so community, so like coming to events like these and meeting people and saying like, let's keep in touch, let's meet, let's get coffee, let's connect more. And so my integration process after conventions or large events like this is to sit with it and say like, okay, I had all these experiences, I met all these people, I go through my journal, I kind of plan things out so that I can say like, where am I going to go from here? Who are the people that I feel really called to start talking to and maybe working with? Where are these pathways appearing for me as a result of being in a place and participating and showing up in certain ways consistently and receiving in the moment and then processing and saying, okay, where do I want to keep going? What best serves my path? And for me, on my path, that's community, that's communication, safety, education. And so I think of how can I keep those values in mind as I move through this? Because there's a million ways I can go, an infinite amount of ways, but there's certain ways that feel best to me when I'm in touch with myself and in tune with my values and my strengths, and it helps me navigate.
From here, I would say listen to what was sparked, what sparked curiosity or that glint of like excitement. So for some people that could be, oh, I want to plug into an integration circle or getting more involved in your local community. For other people, I mean, I'm an activist at heart. I'm really passionate about change making and setting up structures societally that support people in this work. So maybe you feel a passion towards getting connected to change making or getting involved in city or statewide initiatives. Maybe you are curious about working with the medicine or developing more of a mind, body, spirit practice. So whatever was awakened for you, I would get really curious about that, and maybe set an intention around it. You know, that's such a part of this process. The preparation and the integration is, what is your intention? What do you want to grow in? What are you curious about? What do you want to come from this experience? And just see what deeply resonates with you and be curious enough to follow through and explore that.
I love conferences. Love conferences. So I have a whole process. My process for conference integration is very similar to my integration process for everything else. Journaling first, slow, and giving yourself that time and space. You guys are also leaving with like a whole bag of stuff, right? So that stuff can easily become doorstops or, you know, wasted paper, unless you give yourself the actual opportunity to sit down and like look through the stuff. So just like you pointed out, like spending some time noticing like, where did I find energy or movement? Like, where do I feel this in my body towards someone's card or an interaction that I had? I invite you to go back and spend a little bit of time remembering 3 people that you connected with. What was it that you remembered about them? What was it about that time that you spent together that felt connective? And then allow yourself to follow that energy to find whatever the message is to integrate. And then really just allowing yourself then to make a list of like, here's where I want to move forward. Spend a little bit of time. If you came by our table over there with the integration table and the breathwork table, you probably collected a lot of stuff. Dr. Z made some, like, you did some really, really amazing resources, some seriously hard-hitting stuff. So each one of those QR codes has a wealth of resources behind it. So you could literally spend a week starting from one side of our table and working your way to the other and not get to everything. So I invite you to actually like look at the piece of paper, scan. You can eventually look at your cell phone, but for now, don't. But then, you know, scan the things and then click on the things and start to make yourself a list about, here's something else I wanted to learn about. What does harm reduction mean? Maybe I need to learn a little bit more about that. Scan the things, read the things, notice where you feel energy, and then actually make a list. Then my best recommendation is to come back 3 months from now and then revisit that list again.
I love that. I know for those of us that have been working our little butts off for the last couple months to make this happen, I'm going to rest. I'm going to rest so hard. I'm going to rest. I'm really looking forward to some soaking in a bath and some good night's sleep where I don't wake up in the middle of the night going, how many lanyards did we order? It's real. I still haven't taken down my Halloween decorations or changed my clocks for daylight savings time. I just adjusted. I didn't have time for that. That's not a priority. I've been focused on this conference like it was a new romantic relationship in my life, and I was obsessed. Anyway, yeah, resting after any big event is important. And connecting with the people, for sure. I love it all. I had something I was going to say, and now it slipped my mind, but community, connection, dance, moving your body, shaking your booty. Just went right out of my head. Yeah. Coming back to what sparked interest in you and the ways you might want to get involved. Oh, that was it. Talking to other people. So I really am excited to see how everything that you all learned today ripples out into our community, right? Because we all learned something new today, and we all met new people, and we all have all these exciting connections that we're holding on to. And so, like, maybe you go home and you tell your partner or your friend or your mom or your dog about it. And just like, again, that's integration, right? You're getting to share the experience and process it in community, but you're also like spreading the mycelial network a little bit more. And maybe you'll get some more people that are kind of interested in coming to check this out next year when we'll be back, you know, and at the Lawrence conference coming up. So it's so exciting to just let that excitement kind of simmer and let it even pour out into your community and ripple out from there. So.
Okay, so this kind of like builds on what you were saying. How, if anybody feels the desire to get active and they're like, fuck yeah, what you guys are doing is awesome and I want to be a part of spreading this and making this happen, how might people get in, more in your community?
There are a lot of ways depending on what you're interested in. Psychedelic Society of the Ozarks, you can get plugged into integration circles. We all have integration circles going with our groups. So getting plugged in locally, building friendships and relationships is a really big step. But also statewide, there's a lot of initiatives going on. EPN sends out an email that has great action. I would love to be in touch with anybody who's like, hey, I feel really passionate. How do I go about making change? Because this is something that I do with the Sierra Club as grassroots organizing. So there's a lot of awesome tools available to help you get plugged into talking to decision makers or taking more of those kind of actions. Or let's talk individually on more of a personal level of like, okay, I want to explore this. So yeah, I would say follow, where that energy is and lean in, curiosity, and there's so much more, and I really feel like we are oftentimes divinely called. We have energy towards where we're supposed to go, and so listen for that spark. And I would love to have a conversation with anybody who feels interested in exploring that more deeply.
For sure. That's so I live in Lawrence, Kansas, and so if there's anyone closer to Lawrence than Kansas City, you might want to come hang out with us. Or you both. We're all just one big family anyways. So, or if you don't have a psychedelic society in your town, you can start one. It's as easy as putting up flyers downtown and then sitting at a place once a month for an hour, which is what I did when I started it. And so, what's the thing that you care about? What's the thing that you want to see in the space? What do you care about representing in your life? And then bring that to this space, because that's how we all show up in our best ways, is when we are just ourselves and we're not trying to force ourselves to fit into some other model or someone else telling us what to do. And so when I welcome people into our society, when they show up, I just say, what do you want to do? And do you want to hold space for it? And when do you want to do it? And how can we keep each other accountable and check in with ourselves? Because there's a lot of good intention, there's a lot of energy, and if you can channel it and focus it into something, then you can really, really do incredible things. And so that's my experience is in leading the Lawrence Psychedelic Society and just in my job and all that in general is people show up and I say, what do you care about and how can I help you honor that and be the best self that you can be. It's really simple stuff, right? Yeah.
So my question is regarding the types of changes that people might need to make after they've had a psychedelic experience, but that might be more difficult. Let's say leaving an abusive situation or changing a career. What's your best advice for people who have come to those types of realizations in the midst of a psychedelic journey?
Go slow. Do not do anything quickly. Call somebody before you feel like you need to have a whole conversation with someone. Write it out first. Slow down. Access some resources. There's a lot of times that we'll have a big experience, but let's be honest, if you are leaving an abusive relationship, there's 15 steps that have to happen before you can leave. And so really slowing down and asking yourself okay, what is it that feels most urgent? And then accessing resources and other people who have been in that path, depending on what the change is.
Yeah, just adding to that, we a lot of times have really big realizations, and some of them are pointing us to very clear action steps that need to be taken, but pace yourself. Take your time, let it settle, let it integrate, get a full picture, and build the system of support around you that you need so that you can really follow through and have the safety that you need to. Because keeping yourself regulated, protected, safe, whatever you need to support that shift, that's what's going to make it sustainable. So nothing has to happen overnight, nothing has to happen immediately. Know what steps will support you into your continued integration of that change.
not sure if I have a question, but I just wanted to say that all of you deserve to be up there and your voices be heard because you hold power and you just shared so much with us that I think a lot of people got value out of that. So thank you for the work that you're doing for the community, how you show up. It really does matter. And you know, starting these grassroots, they're not easy. So all the effort that you have been pouring in, it's pouring back out into the community, and I just want to speak for myself. I really appreciate everything that you shared and all the integration tools that you have. Some of them might seem like they're common sense, but whenever you're in the deep, dark place, you don't think about those things. So again, thank you, and you guys are amazing.
Thank you.
Okay, so I did want to share something. We had a little event for the speakers to kind of get to know each other and just talk about our intentions and what we were kind of hoping and seeing. So one of our folks had a good idea of, I think it was like a fortune cookie exercise or something like that. We went around the room and each person gave a word. And I've been in some poetry reading circles where we did a very similar thing of each person gives a word and then it's a poem. So that's what it means to me. And also I wanted to read out what we all put together just to share in the space. And then it's going to be part of my integration process to write more poetry about it. And so, okay, so here. May heart be content and open, honesty, curious, love, empowered being, open, inspired by our divinity, intent, massive, joy.
Thank you so much for sharing that. I love that you shared that. That made my heart happy. I'm going to hand it back to Mooncat, and she is going to close us out.
Take both of them. Yeah, I'm going to just do a few closing remarks, and then we're going to welcome Twin Flame back to the stage. So if you want to set up while we're doing this, you guys can just grab your chairs. Oh, yeah, we'll do a quick selfie. I'll hold the microphone. It'll be a little action shot. I'm little. That's all right. Oh, one more time.
Hey, by the way, I know you guys do hang out and try location where you guys can hang out and take your shrooms and THC products and everything like that without being judged. I just want to tell you, this is a consumption lounge. We don't sell any products, but you guys are welcome to bring your own THC products, your bongs, your shrooms. And here you want to relax. We're not being judged. We like to have mellow, you see the rooms, and relax and everything. We got flyers in the lounge. We do a lot of different type of events where we're, like I said, we go strictly people that's laid back stoners, shroom people. We don't deal with people that are alcoholics and stuff around here. So, like I said, feel free, get a flyer you want to, see what we're doing, events and everything, right on the counter.
Awesome. Big shout out to Randon. He's the event space owner. So graciously let us lock in this venue with like a month to spare because we had a little snafu with the original venue. So Randon saved the day to let us come here. He's been so cool. He's been running around emptying trash, refilling toilet paper. He's been active all day long, and we just really appreciate. So big, big love. Again, thank you to our wonderful volunteers who've also been working, especially all our like AV, tech, sound, live streaming. That's like some sort of wizardry that I do not understand, and I am so appreciative of all the people who've been making that work. I believe we've recorded all the talks from this room, so those will be available to our mailing list or on our podcast at some point. Yeah, so keep a lookout if you didn't get to every talk or you want to rehear a talk. Our plan is to eventually make those all available, which is super exciting. I know I was running back and forth and didn't quite get to hear everything that I wanted to. Shout out to all of our presenters. If we could actually have all the presenters come up on stage just real quick, get one last like group applause, and yeah. Should we do that afterwards? Yeah. So just all the speakers, come back to the stage. Come stand up here and let's see your beautiful faces.
I had a friend, I got them for like $600. You can get them for like $1,000, maybe cheaper, but you can buy
If there's
them
any other presenters.
Yeah.
All right, and then let's just give a big round of applause for everybody who's donated their time to be here.
Me too. Me too.
And then I'd also next like to have all the board members that are around here come up. I don't know if everybody's here. But yeah, thank you guys. Did we get some photos of everyone? Sweet. Oh yeah, let's get all our board members up here and give them a big thank you as well. This is our small team that has created this magic. And we've been so happy to do it, and we're so excited to do it again. So where's Katie? Where's Katie? No other Katie. Katie Pummel? Where'd she go? Where's Katie? All right, Katie, you're missing out on the group photo. Where'd she go? Where's she? Oh, come down here. We're recognizing you. Girl, get down here. Oh, she's busy. Okay, we'll get a group photo later. But yeah, this is our board. If you're interested in getting involved in the Psychedelic Society of Kansas City, talk to any of us. Get on our email list. psychedelickKC.org is our website. We've got a really active Facebook and Instagram social media. You can find out all the cool things we're doing. We've done a couple of book clubs this year, reading psychedelic books and then talking about them with the authors. We did a bicycle day party. We're going to do that again. April 19th is the anniversary of the discovery of LSD. It's called Bicycle Day. So we go out to the park, we get DJs and food trucks, and we hang out all day. It's a fun party. We're going to do it even bigger this year. And lots of cool events in store. We bring in speakers like William Leonard Picard, and we have a fun time. So yeah, contact us, talk to any of us, ask how you want to get involved, and we'll, hook you up. Thank you.
Yeah, I just also want to say thank you all so much for joining us this year. This is our first year in this new venue, first year doing this conference ourselves. If there's anything in particular that you'd love to see for next year, feel free to reach out. Let us know. We're very much a society driven for the people, with the people. We want to serve you in the way that you want to be served. So if you have any feedback for us, feel free to email, chat with us in person. There's other ways to reach out, but we're already planning next year yesterday. So if you've got any feedback for us, please let us know. But otherwise, it's truly been a treat. Yeah, thank you all so much. Enjoy your evening. If we're going to see you at the after party, fantastic. If not, we'll see you at our next function or on the interwebs. But thanks again so much. Have a great evening.
So yeah, I just wanted to say in closing, I kind of said it a little bit at the integration panel, but I've just been really feeling the ripples of the seed that we planted today. And so I'm really excited to see how this grows, how each of you takes the conversations and the little sparks of insight or inspiration or the experiences and the connections that you've had today and integrate them into your world and into your community. When we started this Psychedelic Society, it just took off like wildfire. And I think that really attests to the fact that Kansas City was ready for this kind of thing. And there are a lot of people here who are excited and who are ready to learn more and heal and come together in community. And so it's just a really exciting place to be and time to be right now. And wholehearted thank you for every single one of you for getting a ticket, for showing up, for spending the time here today. We're going to end it off as we began with Twin Flame. And do you want the mic? I would. All right.
Awesome. This was such a great conference. Seriously, thank you to everybody who put it on. Thank you to everybody who showed up. It's really beautiful to come here and talk about natural medicine. It's just really sacred. I'm very grateful to be a part of this with you guys. So if you'd like to, if you're standing, no pressure, but if you want to sit down, just nice and relaxing moment, way to end the day. I like that integration was the presentation we ended on. I'm gonna do a little visualization for us to just help us integrate everything and just kind of recenter ourselves before we go have a fun Saturday night, all right? So if everybody wants to just begin by deepening your breath in through your nose, out through your mouth in your own pace. Just allow that breath to travel deep down into your belly, into your stomach. can let it out of your mouth with a sigh. It's a safe space. So continue to breathe deeply. Feel your body begin to relax. Just gently focusing on the sound of the bowls. Now, you can envision or intend that there are energetic roots growing from the bottom of your feet, growing deep down through the soil of the earth, deep into the core of the earth, feeling yourself, your energy grounded into Mother Earth, and you can send any excess energy, any tiredness, any stress, anything down to Mother Earth. And we intend that anything that we send down is immediately recycled into something more beneficial for the planet at this time. So that's a really simple meditation that I do to integrate and to also ground in anything that I'm learning, as well as you can release any excess energy, anything challenging that you might have experienced, whether just daily life or through a trip. So just send that energy down. Continue to breathe deeply. Feel every muscle in your body relaxing. Breathing in life force energy, allowing it to circulate within and around you. Fresh energy every time you inhale and release anything that no longer serves you with every exhale. One last release. Send anything else down, whether consciously or unconsciously, let it go. And now we call up grounded, peaceful, healing energy from the fiery core of the earth, up through those roots, up through the soles of your feet. Allow it to travel all the way up your legs, up your abdomen, up your arms, through your chest, up your neck, and out through the top of your head, connecting you to the sun and the sky. And lastly, allow that energy from the sun to come back down through the top of your head, through your crown chakra, all the way down through your body. It feels so good and refreshing and energizing. And that the rays from the sun, travel down through your feet, out through the soil, down into the fiery core of the earth. You are now grounded and connected above and below. Just feel these connections now. Continue to breathe deeply. Feel grounded, peaceful, relaxed, centered. Deep breath in through the nose, out through the mouth. Envision your whole body, every cell glowing with bright light. Take one more deepest breath all day in. Allow your whole stomach and chest to fill with air. And on your own time, release with a sigh. Take a moment to wiggle your fingers, give yourself a hug, maybe a gentle massage on your chest. Loving touch is very grounding, and it can help just recenter you, help you to feel safe, help your nervous system to feel safe. And when you are ready, no rush at all, begin to open your eyes and prepare to have a fun, relaxing rest of your Saturday nights. Thank you guys so much. Again, my name is Twin Flame. You can call me Heather. I do have a YouTube channel with free sound baths and guided meditations, Sacred Flame Healing. So I'm also able to come do private events or private sessions. So if you need me, Twin Flame. Okay, but regardless, thank you guys so much. I hope you have a beautiful rest of your weekend, and I hope to see you soon. Bye.